Hi, Kristen. You better shut the TV off. It's not going to be on TV, I guess. Hello.
Huge selection. Convenient online shopping.
Hi, Kristen.
Marilyn, it's Michelle. You're on speaker. Kristen hasn't joined yet. It's only 7:25.
Oh, okay. All right. So let me tell you, Billy, we were hoping to get on Zoom on the iPad, and I went to the community calendar and hit that big long thing, which worked with the finance committee, but for some reason it's not working with this.
So
I guess
you need the meeting ID and the passcode, and you can log on for Zoom. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, I see it. You sent me. Thank you very much. You sent us the ID and the passcode, and I've got that. And but the connection to get onto the Zoom meeting, if you wanted to do it, where Billy could, interact as a participant on the screen, you go to that HTTP, colon / / and it goes on forever. With the FinCom meeting, you could go to that and just double click it and it would open up. But for some reason, this isn't working.
So let me email you, Marilyn, a workaround, and hopefully you'll be able to get on, okay?
Well, we're on the telephone. I'm not going to let go of that because at least he can speak, right?
Right.
By hitting *6 if he wants to speak. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
This is Tony. I'm not sure. I would, Michelle, if you don't mind sending her the link, she can click on that. The other thing you can always do is just go to zoom.com and type in the meeting ID and the passcode.
Oh, okay. So go to zoom.com and all you need, is that Tony?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's Tony.
Yeah, Tony, I don't know why, but when you had this information for the FinCom, you were able to go to the community calendar and click on it and automatically get in.
Yeah,
for some reason,
it's all about how the chairperson or whoever's submitting the
Okay.
posting to the webmaster, if they include the link or not.
Okay.
So it must not have been included when it got posted.
So just go to zoom.com and put in just the meeting ID and passcode.
Yeah, there's a join. When you get there, you can click join a meeting, and then it'll ask you for the meeting ID, and it'll ask you your passcode. Or Michelle's going to email you the link that you can just click on.
All right. Thank you so much. Sorry to bother you.
No problem, Marilyn. Just a clarification, it's zoom.us. So,
You're right,
Marilyn,
sorry.
just sit tight. I'll email you in 2 minutes.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we don't want to get rid of the phone until we get on. So Michelle's gonna email us the link, Bill. Michelle and Tony.
And then, so you're not muted right now. So
Kristen, are you there?
I don't see her yet.
Okay.
So this is Tony.
This is Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Just as long as everything's.
No
on
video. Just.
video.
Hi, Kristen.
Hi, sorry I'm late.
So you guys are live on the local TV channel as well? Right now I have it set up that, anybody that joins the Zoom call is muted, but they have the ability, to unmute themselves. And I'm going to transfer the host to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Kristen.
Hi, guys. Sorry I'm late. It's school vacation week. Okay. So let's get going. It is Wednesday, excuse me, April 21st, 2021. It is 7:35 p.m. This is a meeting of the Nahant Conservation Commission. First on the agenda is the continued notice of intent of 163 Willow Road, DEP file number 0470584, construction of a retaining wall. John, are you here, or Dave, do you want to jump in?
I am here. I don't know if Dave's in yet or not, but
Ian?
I've got basically the materials in front of me. There's a 13 April 2021 revision to the narrative, which addresses a lot of the questions that the commission and Forrest Schenck asked. And we've done some modifications to the plan. Largely those modifications to the plan consist of the characterization of nearby resources. One of those resources is salt marsh. We went out and we actually measured the location of salt marsh, and at Forrest's request relocated our drainage relief pipes going through the existing wall so that they wouldn't discharge in the direction of the salt marsh. They are now directed toward the existing town drainage where there is no salt marsh for obvious reasons. Mm-hmm. And the other quote unquote resource that we addressed was the persistent seagrass label, which really characterized native landscaping in the lawn. I've communicated with Forrest. I've described that native landscaping in detail in the letter, and we've finally got, I think, all references on the plan removed. So that pretty much addresses all of the questions that were pending. I don't know if anybody's got anything else or not, but I'm going to shut up now.
I have a couple of questions, Sean. On the plan I have is the original plan, so if there's a revision, I don't have that here in front of me. But the original plan, are you there?
Yep.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. It has mean high water listed at 4.33 feet, I guess that is. And the contour is at the base of the concrete ramp. That's not correct.
I'm sorry again. What's at the base of the concrete ramp?
The contour for mean high water.
Hang on a second. I've got a hard copy here. I'm going to take a look at.
So, Tom, are you thinking versus actual mean high water? I mean, yeah, mean high water.
Right.
Okay.
The average high water level.
Yeah.
Is well above the base of the concrete ramp.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm looking at a site plan C2 dated 03/01/2021. And that shows the contour well up the ramp, almost to the top of the ramp.
I think he meant existing conditions, shows it lower.
This is the existing condition plan I'm looking at.
Yeah.
And the existing condition plan does not have the boulders that are in the yard attached to it. So is there a new existing condition plan?
There is a new existing conditions plan. There is a new C2 as well. C2 is the proposed conditions. The C1 is the existing conditions. And in both instances, I'm looking at the original filing, seeing the mean high water contour close to the top of the ramp. I see what you're driving at. Yeah, for some reason or another, you know what I think it is that it's not the mean high water line, it's the property line goes to the toe of the ramp.
Okay, well,
I think Tom's right. On the existing conditions, the mean high water ramp line is below the toe of the ramp on C1 that you submitted the copies of, not the notice of intent. You didn't submit any additional plans with the updated notice of intent, correct?
No, you should have a new C2.
So
and,
the
and
C1 does show the mean high water below the toe of the ramp.
right. And it also has mean high water listed at elevation 4.33. And it's well above that.
Mean high water is at 4.33 national vertical datum. The plan is on NAVD.
Okay,
Boston nomogram calls for mean high water at NAVD to be 4.33.
There's 4.35 on the plan, 4.33 on the land. Yeah, so it's below
you're
the
saying-
toe of the ramp.
so you're saying that the mean high water, what this is indicating, so there's no datum on here as being mean water level
That's
as
right.
is being zero.
The plan is based on a mean sea level datum. Yes.
Okay. And so does the new existing condition plan include the boulders in the yard?
The new existing conditions plan does show the boulders in the yard. They basically they're placed along the back of the wall, and those boulders are going to become part of the revetment. They will not remain in place because that's where the granite blocks are going.
Okay. And so again, on the existing conditions, on section AA, cross section AA, it shows this supposed Gabion structure. Has it been verified that it goes to this depth?
That has been verified, yes.
So the Gabion structure, the actual Gabion wire goes down to elevation three something.
That's right. It sits on the old footing of the wall. And when I say the old footing of the wall, I mean the landward of the two walls. There are actually two concrete walls in place out there. One of them's buried within the riprap.
There's one visible.
So how did you verify that? Did you excavate this to verify that that this is the existing condition there?
Over near the ramp, you can actually see the wall, the footing of the wall underneath the gabion. The gabion's been displaced by tidal action. I don't honestly know how old that gabion is, but it's in pretty rough shape. It's been rolled and tumbled, and a lot of the small stones have been broken out of the gabion, and they're spread around in the riprap now.
So Kristen, do you have copies of these updated plans?
I do. You do too. The plans that he's referencing are the ones that I gave you in your packet that Mark delivered.
Okay, well, so that's what I'm looking at here.
Yep, that's what you're looking at.
Well,
So
I
I
don't
guess
see,
my cons-
I don't see the boulders depicted on the existing condition plan here.
They're not. They're not.
I think we need to have a clean existing condition plan before we move forward with this.
Because the boulders lie within the existing landscaped area. That's the,
Right,
yeah.
right. Well, my thought here is that this new construction should be founded on the existing concrete wall and be constructed landward of that. And so then it's basically in the same alignment that the boulders are in now. I mean, I really don't see any need for us to go below that. The revetment that's there now is stable.
I guess my concerns are, I have a couple concerns. One is that the southern, I guess, corner of the proposed retaining wall is not on the property. There's a portion that's on the, I guess, seaward property. So there shows a property line and it's seaward of that. So to me, I think we need to shift landward at least a foot. It's hard to tell by these plans, so that everything is on the property owner's property. I mean, you're proposing a portion of the proposed work on seaward, but furthermore, I think that we had some pictures that were provided by Mr. Aldrich that showed that it was the toe of the proposed slope, the retaining wall was right on the corner of the existing salt marsh. So I'd like to see us shift at least a foot landward to accommodate for A, so that we're not on the salt marsh, but B, so we're on the property owner's property. I mean, I personally, I'm not going to speak for the commission, but I can't approve a retaining wall or a seawall that's not on completely 100% on the property. Unless this property line is incorrect, which I guess the presumption is it is, and I guess the neighbor's property, neighbor's retaining wall is not 100% on the property, but that doesn't mean we should continue the tradition of not doing work on our own property.
It's an interesting, it's an interesting question. The usual representation on a plan like this is of the record property line, and the record property line is from a plan of record, which shows the boundaries of the upland portion of the property. It's not clear to me because, well, one, I didn't do the plan, and two, I am no longer a registered land surveyor. I used to be, but I relinquished that when I retired. But the principle, I think, is that unless there's some other claim in the intertitle that the upland owner abutting the title owns to mean low water, I don't know if that's the case here. I haven't looked at the title. I haven't consulted with the land surveyor to see if there might be an extension of the property line. I think a lot of this plan is based on that presumption. But I hear you talking about the salt marsh, and I tend to agree with that there may not be a need to extend this stone out right to the salt marsh. And Forrest probably, if this was pointed out to him, would also have a reservation about that.
I guess, I mean, my concern is we were provided a picture following the site visit that showed a couple stakes, and I provided that to the commission. I'm sure, John, you've seen it as well. I might be able to find it. We can pull it up on the joint screen, but it showed the toe of the retaining wall right at the edge of the salt marsh. And to me, there's zero wiggle room, if not in the salt marsh. And so, you know, I'd like to see us shifted at least a foot landward, because A, that gets us on our own property. And again, you're right, maybe it's not technically correct, the property line, but there's no reason to be right on the edge of the salt marsh. There's plenty, you know, there's right now in the yard, the existing yard, you know, there's some rocks there and landscaping. So it's not like the property owner would be losing land by reclaiming some of that. So I guess that's in fact, he's probably gaining property, because the existing, on C2, we're showing the existing landscape area is quite a bit further than what the top of the retaining wall would be. So I guess my comfort would be to shift that at least a foot landward, so that we're not encroaching on salt marsh and we're sure we're on our own property. That's my preference. But again, I can't speak for the commission. Everybody has a different opinion. I just don't understand why we need to be right on the edge of the salt marsh.
I'm going to have to consult with the engineer on this one. We have an engineer who drew these plans. We have a land surveyor who supervised the work on the plans. I tend to agree with you that there's no compelling reason for this revetment to go right to the salt marsh. It probably probably will come down to a structural consideration, but I'm not going to try to answer that question because that's not my area of expertise.
But again, just because it's pre-existing doesn't mean there isn't a reason we can't shift landward. There's already a series of rocks there, as Tom pointed out. So there is some structure there. I mean, that's my preference would be to see that shifted, but also possibly a maybe John, you or somebody else there to ensure that it's the way it's supposed, somebody there during the construction period to ensure that it's constructed appropriately. I'm sure, I know the contractor, he would build a beautiful wall. I just want to make sure that it's built according to the plan and it's not kind of ad-libbed during construction. Which is common. The construction monitor is not uncommon to request for this kind of situation. At least for the tow installation. I'm sure, landward is not a big deal, but the tow installation to make sure either a environmental construction monitor or a surveyor to ensure that it's installed where it should be and that the remainder of the work is installed properly.
I'm not uncomfortable with such a condition. The section that you see on the plan is a lot clearer in terms of what is intended. You can see that there is riprap extending seaward from the wall. Now, admittedly, that's a section near the middle of the site, but it does seem that it is possible using large stones, which is after all the intent of this exercise,
right,
to place those large stones landward of the property line and to, in effect, leave the small stuff out in front of the large stones to wash away or to reposition itself the way it does every time the tide comes in.
Right.
That doesn't seem like a big deal to change on the plan, and it doesn't seem, because of all the physical control we've got out there, it's not a difficult thing to monitor in the field. I would be comfortable with a condition relating to that. I would also be comfortable with getting the plan revised. That doesn't seem to me to be a big deal.
I'd like to say something. So Thad is already the engineer and the surveyor, Thad Berry and Mr. Ralph Reed are already committed to monitor this because they have to sign off on this. So we've already made those conditions with that. They're ready to go. If you look at these pictures, you can see, if you follow the property line along between our house and the Pompeo Massaro property, it's very clear and very delineated. You can see where who's ever clicking through here, just maybe go back to, so our property goes to the south of that triangular corner piece. We share that support with the Massaros. And that area that you see is Gabion, right? That is going to be removed. And Mr. Angiulo and Mr. McMillan will take that and put it aside. They will bring in the large boulders and they will use some of this smaller rock to fill the voids of the bigger rock. But if you look to the right, it's about 12 feet from the existing concrete wall that Mr. Savino built to the stake of the seagrass. Can everyone see that first stake? Everyone get that? That is the most narrow point to the seagrass from the corner.
Is the stake the toe of the slope?
I'm sorry?
Is the stake that's shown in the picture the toe of the slope? The
That,
proposed slope?
that is where that's the toe of the slope from
Right.
from the top of the seawall.
Yep.
That you remember, there'll be boulders on the water side. On top of the existing wall, the Savino wall, will be the granite blocks, both going up and meeting at 4.5 feet.
Yeah. I guess that's my concern is so the toe of the slope is essentially in the salt marsh, and
it's not
depicted, okay, but as depicted on your plan, it matches this, that the work is going to be right there, and that's salt marsh, and I don't disagree that the neighboring wall is seaward from the majority of your wall, but that's my concern is, you guys didn't build that, and that's not, your fault, but it's on your property. And so there is a section that's seaward of what's shown as your property line, but furthermore, it's right on the edge of the salt marsh. So you can see the vegetation right on the edge of those stakes. And so to me, I'd like to see us at least a foot seaward of that. There's no reason why we can't just match what's existing at the neighbor's property. Why do we have to be seaward of that?
Okay, all right. So what do you want 1 foot
I'd like us to match what's on the neighbor's property. I don't know why we're a couple feet seaward.
What do you mean what's on the neighbor's property?
So do you see where my cursor is? It's the corner of the concrete.
That's our property.
Agreed.
That is owned by us.
Yes.
The neighbor's wall, I guess.
Agreed. But you're proposing
neighbor's wall
something
is what
a couple feet seaward of that. Why can't we match that and continue along? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, why can't we, your plan doesn't match the stakes in the field. And that's my
The stakes in the field
concern.
highlight the position of the existing seagrass.
Right.
Right. That's why we put the stakes in, so you could see that. So
because, yeah.
Tell me, and that is the absolute closest area to the seagrass.
Yes.
It's not any closer. It's actually less than the area of the seagrass at the Parrot Road project at the end of Parrot Road.
Okay.
Right? This is much.
Which was unpermitted.
Well, that's not my fault. But what I'm saying is that if you want us to be 1 foot in from that, is that what you're asking? Just give us a clarification.
My concern, and I think the commission's concern, is we walked away from our site walk with all different understandings of what was going to happen. And mine didn't match Tom's, didn't match Mark's. And we were like, what's going on? It doesn't match the plans. And so when you show these stakes, yes, that's the edge of the salt marsh. But there's two concerns. One, that some of the work, according to the plan, is not on your property, which is easily rectified according to the plan. I'm not saying, maybe the plan isn't correct. I want to make sure that your work is on the property. If your work is 100% on the property, then we have no problem. We're not near the salt marsh. But some of your work is not on the property. And I mentioned this to John in advance of the meeting, and that's my primary concern, is we can't be doing work off of our property. So is the plan wrong, or is the survey wrong?
I'm looking at the plan right now.
Yep, me too. C2.
Right? C2.
Yep.
And let me see, I gotta get to where I need to be.
So the heavy black line is your property line according to the survey,
right,
according to this plan.
Right.
And some of the work is not on your property. Some of the adjoining seawall is off of the property as well. That was.
What do you mean? What adjoining seawall?
The neighbors Some
Okay.
of theirs is not on either A, their property, or B, your property. It's landward.
Okay, so you see where it says 37.39?
Yep.
Right? That's our property line.
Mhm.
If you look that gray area next to it, in front of it, is our existing wall that separates our property from the neighbor's property,
Yes.
right? So in fact, that we're if you're looking at the small area where it's right below where it says lower cement, is that what you're worried about?
Just give me 1 second here. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So here we are in C2. This is, I'm going to circle it with my cursor. This is my concern. There is a portion here, it keeps showing up yellow below it, but there's a portion here below the dark line that's the neighboring seawall is off of both of your properties, but also you're proposing to connect to it, and that's again off your property. According to the plan, right here where my cursor is. See this there's like a little triangle that we're proposing work off of your property onto the seaward section.
Yeah, I see that. Yep.
That's my concern.
So you're concerned about that 1 foot from that where it right where just to the right of where the arrow is and the sea is.
My problem is that everybody does this, and the problem in this corner is it's right on top of the salt marsh, which is a protected resource area. And so my concerns are a couple things. One, you're right on top of the salt marsh. Two, you're off your property.
So what do you, just tell us what you want.
I want you to be on your property.
Okay, that's what you want. So we'll
Yes.
we'll move it in we'll move it in 1 foot. Is that correct? I just want to.
I don't know. I don't have a scale in front of
But
me. So
we'll get the engineer and we'll move it in to the property line. Is
Okay.
that, just tell us, is that exactly what you want?
I have some other questions before we get into that kind of a discussion.
okay.
For John,
I'm here.
are you confident that a 2-to-1 is going to be stable during a storm with this? I am. So
It's not the slope, it's the size of the stones.
Exactly.
Essentially what you're looking at here is you're looking at 1 or 2 stones, and
That's-
yes, they can be stacked
no,
2 to 1.
I'm not talking about the 2 stones. I'm talking about the revetment that's seaward. So you've got a 2-to-1 there. So that's a 45
Yes.
degree. That's pretty steep. So my other question is, what happens if you get to this other wall that's supposed to be there and you find it's not competent as a foundation for the revetment? Now what do we do?
Okay.
So my point is this: you can still achieve your 4-foot height if you move the thing back, and you don't need this 2-to-1 you don't need to achieve the 4 foot at the concrete wall. You've achieved the 4 feet somewhat landward of that.
Let me clarify what you just said about the concrete wall, the footing. Is that you said that you asked if we were confident that the wall that's not Mr. Savino's wall,
Right,
the original seawall
right.
that goes from the corner of our property to Willow Road, right? There is no foundation left in the corner, in that corner where we're just discussing. There is no foundation left of the original seawall. It doesn't pick up until over by the Gabion area to the north.
And so that's my point. You've got a 2-to-1 slope on that revetment with really nothing underneath it. You wouldn't need the 2-to-1 in the high velocity zone if the whole thing got moved landward some.
what according to, and I don't know if Mr. Angiulo's on board or not today, but as I mentioned on several occasions, Mr. Angiulo and Mr. McMillan are going down to the base of Mr. Savino's wall. They're digging that out
But
completely.
why do you have to do that?
Because they want to take out all the rock that has been compromised and has been filled over the years, not by us, but that's been there.
Okay, but you can still achieve.
To ensure the integrity of this revetment, he wants to go to the base of the existing Savino wall, place the new boulders in, secure them into, well, obviously with the machine to secure them, and then they will move from that point to Willow Road. They'll move from the south to the north, moving along. It's to maintain the integrity of the revetment by going down and making sure that it's solid down there, meaning solid for a footing for the new boulders. And then once the new boulders are in place, and as they move back, they will put the granite blocks on top of Mr. Savino's existing concrete wall that's there, the retaining wall.
See, but my point is this. If you took the granite blocks that you show in the new wall and you move them back to where your boulder line is now, there wouldn't be any need to do any of that work.
We don't want to lose any. We've already lost a big portion of our property putting we put the boulders in to stop the erosion. Those boulders do not follow a set line. They kind of curve in and around. We want to have the visual of the granite blocks, just like the face of the Tudor Beach seawall from our yard looking at the ocean. We want to look and see the granite blocks. That's the plan. That has
So then the boulders that are currently in the yard are going to go on the beach. Is that the concept?
Don't say the beach. Don't say the beach. We don't. It's
well. It's on the.
I'm just saying. Yeah. When Mr. McMillan and Mr. Angiulo start digging, and they start moving there's revetment on both sides of that wall that we put in to secure the smaller rocks so we didn't have to pick them up, right? So we don't know exactly what's going to happen to all of to the existing landscape. And I don't know what their plan, I don't know, but what I'm telling you is the finished product is when you're in our yard, you will see from the top of Mr. Savino's seawall, from the bottom of Mr. Savino's seawall to the top of the seawall, to the top of the granite blocks, on this side of the ocean of the yard will be the visible side of the granite. On the ocean side will be the revetment rocks, supporting and absorbing the action from the ocean. That's the plan. That's always been the plan.
If I could jump in here, we've kind of kicked around a lot of different scenarios here. We've talked about the property line. It seems to me that there are two major considerations here that concern the commission. One is that work is being proposed over the property line into the beach. Whoever owns the beach, it may in fact be the Aldriches who own the intertidal.
Yeah.
But I think the Conservation Commission would be happy and comfortable if the toe of the toe of the finished riprap ended at the property line as shown on this plan. That if in effect the surveyor went out and staked the property line and Mr. Angiulo kept all of the large stones he's putting in the revetment landward of that line, that it is possible to build this wall at 2-to-1. A 2-to-1 is a manageable slope in a riprap embankment. And then to put the pieces of granite on top of those stones, the line being held being the property line as shown on this plan. So in other words, that encroachment into the foreshore doesn't occur. That's conditionable. Simply say limit of work is the property line shown on the plan C2.
I'm not opposed to that. I guess if that's his property, okay. I mean, that's fine. Clearly from a stability perspective, it's probably better to have it coincide with the neighbor's seawall. However, that also happens to be the limit of salt marsh according to your plan. And so that's my concern is, oops, I know Mr. Angulo builds a beautiful seawall. I have no doubt that it'll be strong and stable. I just want to make sure that we're not encroaching onto a wetland resource area that's protected. So my preference would be to remain on the property line. If that's not the property, if in fact Mr. Aldrich owns seaward of that, we can discuss that. But regardless, I think I'd feel more comfortable if either A, a surveyor, or B, an environmental monitor was on the property when at least they set the toe. I understand all the work will be done from the landward side. I think that's absolutely the way to do it. That's what DMF requested. So I guess that's my concern is we're right on the edge of the sea, on the edge of the salt marsh, according to the plan. And so what's the property line? Where are we? Are we too close to salt marsh? I agree, John, that we can condition it accordingly. And I guess that would be my preference. Assuming the commission agrees with that. I just want to make sure that we're not on somebody else's property and that we're not too close to salt marsh. I absolutely agree that Mr. Aldrich should have a retaining wall. Like there's an issue there, it's so tall that, Mr. Aldrich, you're not gonna be able to sit in your backyard and probably see the ocean anymore. But if that's what you want to do to protect your property, I 100% agree that you're entitled to that. It's just making sure that we follow all the rules so that we're not appealed by DEP, that we're not having to go to Chapter 91. We're not having to get an Army Corps permit. I want to minimize your pain. I guess that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, just so we're clear. So I will get a hold of the surveyor and the engineer, and we'll stake this out, and he will sign off on the property line, and then he will monitor the work along with Mr. Angulo and Mr. McMillan, and we will be responsible for that monitoring. Is that, do I have that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
With the addition of correcting the plan that we have in front of us.
An updated plan to reflect what will be the permanent condition. Or alternatively, we could condition it and you provide an as-built after the fact.
Correct. That would
an as-built.
That would be terrific.
Yep.
So where are we? I mean, where are we right now? What is going to happen? We can sign the condition as built, right? And submit all of that. When are we going to be able to get going once there's the 10-day waiting period from DEP?
So John, is it your opinion that they won't have to file with Army Corps or Chapter 91 if we revise the plan?
As long as that wall is landward of mean high water, yes, they will not have to go to the Corps of Engineers because that's an existing revetment out there.
Agreed.
Okay, so we need to have the mean high water contour corrected on the plan.
So Tom, there's actual like real life mean high water, and then there's what's generally agreed upon to be mean high water. So the line they have is what's largely agreed to be mean high water, regardless of what actually happens. We know that may not be an accurate reflection of what happens here in Nahant, but that the line they have on here is what's agreed upon mean high water. So my concern is that maybe it's the plan, maybe it's the scale of the plan. I acknowledge that, but according to this, we're a little bit seaward of mean high water. So I think if we can agree to stay on the property line, that fixes a lot of problems. A, we're on the property. B, we're landward of mean high water. We don't need to file with Army Corps or Chapter 91.
Again, we have mean high water listed as being at the bottom, at the toe of the concrete ramp. And we all have to agree that that's not correct. So
John, do you want to weigh in?
There's a bust in the plan here somewhere.
Okay, we'll fix that too.
Wait, let's have John weigh in, because I think there's a difference between what's arguably, like, according to NOAA and
Well, that's
versus
right.
real life. So do we want to force them to comply with real life, which is probably in Mr. Aldrich's benefit? Even still, he can still have it. He can still meet. If he complies with his property line, he would be fine. He would be meeting what real life.
That's the case.
High water
Yes.
is.
There's
So
no historic high water line out here. What I'm seeing here on the existing conditions plan that I'm looking at is a concrete ramp that extends, looks to me like the better part of 12 feet past the line of mean high water.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure what you're seeing or which line you're reading, but the line of mean high water is up in the ramp.
So why don't we do this? I think, Tom,
Okay.
this fixes
All
a
right.
lot of problems.
I'll agree with that.
Okay.
So if we can, John and Dave, if we can agree to stay on, according to the plan, the property line, that keeps you out of mean high water. It avoids having to comply with, file with Army Corps and Chapter 91. It fixes the problem with being on the property line, according to the plan. If we can stay on the property line, adjust to stay on the property line, that would be the toe of slope, then we could continue with this plan and have an as-built after the fact with an environmental monitor there to confirm, or a surveyor, to confirm that the toe of slope as placed by Mr. Angiulo or whoever he hires, that would be the toe of slope. Can we agree on that? And then after the fact, after construction, he would submit an as-built showing that it was constructed as conditioned.
Blessed are the peacemakers. David, you okay with that?
I am, yeah.
That would allow you to continue with your project. We can agree that you'll stay on the property line as shown on this plan. You'll have a surveyor or Mr. Dick or whoever you choose there to confirm that that's indeed the case. And Mr. Angiulo, I don't know if you're doing the construction or somebody else, that would be your toe of slope, and you would move landward from that.
Yeah, that's no problem. Who's the surveyor on this? I'm sorry, I'm late. I was on another call.
It's Mr.
Ralph Reed.
Ralph Reed and Thad.
Ralph is very precise. Ralph's very good. He does all our work. I'm sure there'll be absolutely no problems with what he points out, and the contractor will be myself. Tommy McMillan, the operator, Johnny Marotta, has built numerous walls for the Army Corps of Engineers in Gloucester, Situate, as far north as Northampton, New Hampshire, all for the state and the federal government. So there's no issues with that. Whatever the plans are is what we're going to go by, and whatever you people agree to is what Dave's going to have to go with.
Dave, do you think that's agreeable?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Fine. I just want to get rolling.
I totally understand. Tom, do you think that's?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Does anybody else on the commission let's start with, does anybody else on the commission have any comments regarding this one? Okay. Does anybody from the public have any comments regarding this project? Okay, so DMF's two comments were that the construction be conducted from the uplands, which my understanding was that was the intent anyway. Mr. Angiulo, correct me if I'm wrong. And the secondary comment was that the PVC drains be located so they discharge indirectly, so they don't discharge directly into the salt marsh.
Yeah, you want to elbow them off, right?
Well, remember, John, tell me, isn't it the fellow from Fisheries?
Yes,
What's his name?
Forrest Schenk.
Forrest
Yeah,
Schenk.
so Forrest didn't want us having pipes. So
He did, just not to discharge to the salt marsh.
so we agreed to have cut through to do concrete holes. So it would seep through. That's what he asked.
Exactly. The agreement was that we'll core the existing wall
Right.
in a couple of locations over toward the town drains so that we can relieve water that accumulates behind the wall. That's important. And as
Okay.
far as we know, that wall has no weep holes right now.
It does
There
not.
won't be
It
pipes
doesn't.
projecting out through the riprap.
Okay, just for the record, just so we have it on the record, Mr. Schenk's letter says, Mass DMF recommends that work be conducted from uplands and no construction materials or equipment be stored in the salt marsh. And also that the proposed PPVC drain be located where it will not discharge directly to the salt marsh to avoid possible erosion.
So we in fact can put the pipes in?
You can, but they need to be northward of
Oh,
salt
yeah,
marsh.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
So, I'm assuming the rest of the commission is amenable to, in my opinion, the conditions would be that all of the work that the toe of slope would be on or shoreward of the property line depicted on the plan. No work to occur seaward of the property line depicted on the plan, and that the drains be located either north of the salt marsh depicted on the plan, or John, maybe we can talk about what other alternatives if you discuss something else with Forrest, just to ensure that no erosion occurs to the salt marsh, because that's a pretty nice salt marsh that's developed there over the years. Those are, and that either an environmental monitor or a surveyor be on site just for the placement of the toe of slope. After that, they don't have to, I don't want to make you incur further costs, just that they be there for the toe of slope placement. And then after completion of the project, that an as-built be submitted to ensure that it was constructed according to the conditions.
Simple, beautiful.
Okay. How does the commission feel about those conditions?
I move that we adopt those conditions.
Excellent. Okay. Let me just write them down so I don't forget. Okay. So that being the case, do I hear, if there are no further comments, do I hear a motion to issue an order of conditions with the conditions aforementioned?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Tom. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay, so we have to do a roll call. Tom, in favor?
Yes.
Colleen, in favor?
Yes.
Mark? Mark, can you unmute yourself? That's okay, take your time. There you go.
Okay.
Hey, here
No
it
wonder you
is.
couldn't get my second before Colleen's.
Are you in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Ellen, are you on here? She may not be. Sorry for the delay, guys. I'm not sure Ellen's on board. Eden is not here and Henry has recused himself. So I am in favor. So that being the case, it is 4-0-3. Okay. So Dave, that is a positive. I will issue the order of conditions, and when it's issued, I will send it to you. And then there's a 10-day appeal period, after which, assuming DEP doesn't appeal, you will be ready to go.
And when do we expect to get your order of conditions?
I have to run around and get everybody's signature. So I would think by the end of the month. It takes a little, I got to prepare the plan. I got to run around and get everybody's signature. I will let you know as soon as it's ready. Okay. I'm hoping I would say in the next 2 weeks.
If you
I
could,
have-
if you could do it within, as soon as, that would help us dramatically with the scheduling of the contractor.
Absolutely. I'll do the best I can. I have 21 days by law to issue the order.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is a request for determination of applicability for 78 Willow Road, installation of pea stone, a shed, outdoor shower, and landscaping. Does anybody on here wish to speak
Yep,
to that?
I'm on. Am I audible?
Yeah,
You're on.
you're ready to
Yep.
roll.
Okay, Devereaux Barnes. I'm the new owner of 78 Willow Road, and I new to Nahant, and I want to thank the commission for putting me on my project on the agenda tonight. So anyway, I've listed a number of minor enhancements to the to my backyard, and I'm hopeful that these enhancements are not subject to the provisions of the various provisions of the Wetlands Act, which I know govern my property. So there's going to be no significant regrading that I do. And I guess I look forward to hearing what your comments are.
So this is a project that's in floodplain, but there's no change to the topography. So it won't
Right.
change the way water flows on the site.
Correct.
But certain improvements to the property. So in my opinion, this was more of a formality, just so that he had it on the books. But if anybody from the commission has any comments or questions?
I mean, I didn't go look at the site, but I agree with you.
It's just a patio. He's putting some landscaping, a shed, typical stuff, but just happens to be 100% in floodplain.
Right.
As a lot of properties along there are.
Yeah.
Does anybody from the commission have any questions or concerns? Does anybody from the public have any questions or concerns? All right. That being the case, do I hear a motion to issue a negative determination allowing the project to proceed?
I'll move that.
Thank you,
Mark.
Mark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Colleen. Okay, we have to do a roll call. Mark, how do you vote?
Oh, yes.
Colleen?
In favor.
Thank you. Henry?
In favor.
Tom?
Yes.
And I am in favor. So that is a 5-0-2 vote. Okay, thank you. I will issue the permit as quick as I can, and then you guys will be good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you much.
Okay. Next on the agenda is a notice of intent for 25 Phillips Road, DEP file number 0470586 for seawall repairs. Does anybody on here wish to speak to this project?
Yes, good evening. This is Curtis Cheney with Collins Engineers. I'm here on behalf of Todd Goffman of 25 Phillips Ave Road. And we are proposing a repair in kind concrete apron project. This is an apron that's directly in front of an old masonry seawall. In some of the pictures that I had attached to the application, you can see that there's very severe erosion right at the beach surface where it intersects with the concrete apron. At the north end of the site, the apron is nearly completely deteriorated and is no longer serving its intended purpose. So about 97 feet of it has to be repaired. So it would involve a contractor digging down to the extents of the deterioration, reforming it, and repouring the apron. And this is more of a preventative measure, just to reduce the likelihood of a seawall failure of the actual masonry wall itself at the base of it. And I can answer any questions you have.
And Curtis, this is Todd. I'm on also, the property owner. Thank you.
This is Mark Paddock. A question I had, I went and looked, and it says in there that the equipment is going to access the property using Beach Lane.
Yeah.
There's a stone wall at the faces the sea at the end of Beach Lane, so I'm not too sure how you're using Beach Lane to access the property. And then it's like,
So,
go ahead. Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I spoke with a local marine contractor who said they would either want to use Beach Lane or the southern portion of the property adjacent to the garage. That seawall is about, the masonry wall is about 15 feet, I believe, above the beach surface. That's going to be a pretty big, big reach for an excavator. So they would have to pick a small excavator onto the beach surface to actually be able to dig down to repair it.
How do they get it there? That's my question.
They're gonna have to bring a little crane to pick it onto the beach during work hours.
I thought maybe you were going to take down the wall on Beach Road.
No, they're gonna.
And then it's a 15-foot drop from there.
Right, they're gonna have to pick it over the wall.
So you'll be limited to low tide or mid.
Yeah, approximate. So high water is right at the apron.
Right.
So the lower 3/4 of a tide cycle would be workable.
So do you think do they think they can get it done in a single tidal cycle?
No, they'd have to do this in sections.
Okay. So how many days are you thinking?
They think approximately a couple weeks working, every day. They'd have to schedule this for probably sometime in the summertime or when we don't get nor'easters. It'd have to be a good time of year to do the work.
So they're going to pick the machine up and put it back down every day?
Yeah, they would have to.
Okay. So my concerns are a couple things. One, cleaning out are they going to have partial trucks come in? Or are they going to hand mix?
They would likely put a concrete truck somewhere near the garage on the street side, and they'd have to pump it down to the work area. Or they would bring the concrete truck in the lawn, make a little staging area, but they would have to pump it.
Okay, so they're thinking a single pump and just multiple days of excavation and then have a single pump, or because I'm worried about, pump out on the beach of excess material. I
think with the 100 linear feet, it would, unless they have a very good weather window, it would be tough to do that all in one shot. They might have to segment it up again. It depends what type of weather they're looking at. We don't want them to go excavate this, put all the rebar in, and have a bad storm come and ruin the formwork. So,
right.
It's really up to the contractor's means and methods of how they want to segment it.
Right. I'm not trying to limit it. I guess I'm worried about washout on the beach. I guess it would be smaller amounts at a time, but I'm worried about washout on the beach. I'm worried about if there's a machine.
So the temporary excavation they would do, they would essentially build a little berm in front of the wall that would protect it. And they're not going to be doing this during storm events, so the area should be pretty well protected by the temporary excavation to put the formwork in and pour it.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else from the commission have any questions or concerns?
It's the typical issue of cleanup of the concrete equipment.
I agree.
So if they could dig a pit in the yard somewhere and do the washout there in the yard and then remove it at the end of the project. So that, because there's going to, if there are 3 or 4 pours, we're going to have cleanup of the concrete truck and the pump truck.
Right. Okay, so I would just request that that's put as a condition.
If it helps any, we supply dumpsters for concrete washout all over the city of Boston.
Okay.
Every concrete truck that goes to Boston can't wash out in the city street. So we could put a dumpster in their yard with a liner in it. The truck can wash out every day. When it's full, we take it away.
That's fine.
I mean, something like that would be preferable, especially if you're going to have numerous pours. What are you going to do every you know, maybe
Correct.
maybe 3 pours. So something like that would, you could have you could have a dumpster on site and have it service all 3 pours. I think
Right.
something like that.
It hardens up. You use it every day till it's full. The liner that's in it allows it to slide out. We dump it at a concrete recycling facility. They crush it up and reuse it. No waste.
Does that seem amenable?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a,
Okay.
You can tell the contractor too, if he needs a machine over the wall and back over, give us a call and we can schedule that too. We got trucks in the area all the time.
yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that condition.
My other concern would be a cleanup kit in the event of a, you know, oils issue or otherwise, or gas from the machine.
Okay.
That'll be on the beach. Having that on site.
Is that a standard condition? Because we see that typically we could have the contractor just send a picture to myself and you. Okay.
Yeah, just something, I mean, just something on site in the event of an issue. Obviously an issue is unlikely, but they happen.
Okay.
So I'd hate for them to be unprepared. I don't want them to be unprepared.
Yeah.
Daily removal of the machine. Does anybody else have any concerns or questions on the commission? I'd like a time frame so we know when you're going to start.
Yeah, so we're gonna, you know, if we get the order conditions, we'll put it out to a few contractors to get competitive pricing. But yeah, we will give you a heads up.
That's fine. Yeah, just so if you could at least a week before, we'll require a week before notification of the start of work so that we can kind of monitor. You're thinking a couple, are we talking 2 weeks, 3 weeks? I know it's an imperfect science.
I would say 2 weeks to a month.
Okay. Oh, 2 weeks to a month. Okay. Okay. And then in between, will the machine will be stored on site?
Yeah, they would likely keep it somewhere stored
Okay.
in the near vicinity.
So we'd like a silt sock or something around it daily, just to ensure that there's no issue. Does anybody else have any neighbors have any comments? Okay.
Hello, this is Nancy Carey from 23 Phillips Road, and my husband DeWitt Brown joins me in supporting the project. We are abutters on the north property line.
Thank you, Nancy.
Hi, good evening. This is the Swayze family. We're located at 30 Phillips Road, and we also support the project.
Thank you.
This is Bill Osbar. We live at 28 Phillips Road and have a house at 38 Phillips Road. I've spent the last 55 years on that beach, and I'm really glad to see the wall getting taken care of. So we support it.
Great. Okay, so barring any further comments from the commission or the public, do I hear a motion to issue an order of conditions for the aforementioned project with the conditions that there be a spill containment kit on the property, that no concrete washout on the beach, that some kind of a landward accommodation be provided, that daily removal of the machine be provided, and that it be surrounded by a erosion control during storage, and that there be at least a week notification prior to the start of work.
I so move.
Thank you.
I'll second
Henry. Thank you, Mark. Okay, so we have to do a roll call. Henry?
I'm in favor.
Mark?
I'm in favor.
Colleen?
In favor.
Tom?
In favor.
Thank you. And I am in favor, so that passes 500 or 503, not present, 500. Okay, thank you. I will issue the order of conditions within the next couple weeks.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
you.
Thank you, neighbors.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a request for determination of applicability for 5 Howe Road, installation of a hot tub. Is there anybody here to speak to this?
Yes, Bruno Andrade. I'm the project manager for the Jim McCallie, the owner of the property.
Thank you. You want to give us a quick rundown?
Yes, we're trying to put a small concrete slab to sit a hot tub on. As you saw the drawings from the architect, we're gonna build a deck around the hot tub as also. And all the water from the hot tub will be drained out to a sub pump that we're installing inside of the house, and also for the outdoor shower. So everything will be drained through a sub pump. No water will be going out as a dry well or anything.
Does anybody from the commission have any questions?
I just had one because I noticed on the town map that there is town has a sewer easement on along the part of the property, but I can't tell from the picture. I assume you know where that is. So you're not building on top of that. I mean, it looks like from the picture you're not, but.
No, we're not building. We're building right 3 feet away from his foundation or from the house.
Okay.
So the water would go into the house into a sump pump?
Yeah, into a sub pump and drain to the sewer system.
Do they already have a sump pump?
No, we'll be doing the install. And I have Nilton Dornelas, who is I'm subbing him out to do the carpentry work, the electrical, and the plumbing.
Okay. Have you gotten permission from the town to pump into the sewer system?
We are waiting to get permission to this to see if we can actually put the jacuzzi to apply for all the building permits after.
Okay. I mean, I'm not concerned about, the proximity because it's right up against the house, pretty close proximity to the house. My concern is I'm not sure how the town's going to feel about pumping into the sewer system. I don't know if the town allows that or not. I know that they don't want some pumps going into the sewer system.
If the water is coming from the water supply system, it's sort of expected that's where it goes.
Yeah, it's gonna be coming from the town. The water is gonna be coming from the town, going back to the town.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's incorrect to call it a sump pump. It's really an ejector pump like you would use if you had a bathroom in your basement. His name is Bill Ross.
Okay. So it just would go into the sewer system. Would it go into the same piping system or a different system and then go to the drain? The existing sewer system? I guess I don't know how that works. Usually hot tubs don't do that.
The existing house drains to the sewer, and this would be like adding another bathroom to your house in the basement. The ejector pump collects the drain from the jacuzzi and pumps it into the sewer where the sewage currently goes.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody on the commission have any questions or concerns? I don't. I guess my only condition would be sign off from the town about the water going back into the sewer system, which may be a standard. I don't know the answer to that, and I didn't talk to anybody from the town about it. So my only in my opinion would be sign off from the town about tying back into the sewer system.
Yes, we will apply for all the permits and they'll let us know what to do.
Okay.
If they can put it into the sewer system, then they'll tell us where they want to go.
Okay, and then if they want an outfall that goes down to the ocean or otherwise, we need to talk about that again.
Okay.
Not that you need to refile, just that we need to discuss it before you provide a permanent accommodation.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody from the commission have any further questions or concerns? Does anybody from the public have any questions or concerns? Okay. Hearing none, do I hear a motion for a negative determination of applicability for this project with the condition that the town signs off on the sewer tie-in?
So move. Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, we need a roll call. Mark, how do you vote?
I approve it.
Thank you. Tom?
In favor.
Henry?
In favor.
Colleen?
In favor.
Kristen, in favor. Okay, that is 5-0-0. Okay, thank you so much. We'll be in
Thank you.
touch.
Have a great day.
The next item on the agenda is a request for determination of applicability for 131 Castle Road, a request to remove seaweed from the beach.
How do I
Go
get?
back to it. Where's the Zoom button? Do you have a Zoom button?
Wait a minute.
Michelle, do you, you want to give us a quick description of what you're looking to do?
Yes.
I'd
Okay.
love to do where my, this is my
She wants
first.
to.
So can you, I mean, I would just show, I would go to share screen, right?
Yep, you can, or you can just give us a quick description.
Okay, well, we've got about 3 to 4 feet of seaweed that has piled up on Black Rock Point Beach. Another name of it is Doggy Beach, but we're at the southern end. And it's frequented by many people. People swim there, walk there to collect seashells and sea glass. And what we want to do is basically get a bobcat in there and just get rid of that seaweed. It's harboring little animals like rats. And we find needles in there from the refuse from the Broad Sound, from the waste management. It's just unhealthy. So I'm hoping that, and it might be an ongoing procedure too. I mean, we've been here, this will be the 4th summer, and this past year was the worst. Prior years weren't that bad.
Okay, so I know you've talked to a contractor about this. What's the intent for disposal?
Well, that's another question. I had emailed with you and to find out about where we could dispose this, and if possible, the compost facility.
Yep.
But a resident has to do it. A contractor can't do it.
Right.
And I'm just wondering if that's still okay, and could it be loose, or do we need to put it in bags, or what? Because double the price. If we have to, it's going to cost about $1,000 for the guy to come in with the bobcat. And for him to remove it, it would be another $1,000 to get it out of the town of Nahant. But if we have the ability of putting it in the compost facility,
yeah,
seaweed, it's not fresh seaweed, but.
Right. So you, as long as it comes from a non-commercial vehicle, a residential vehicle, you can, that's registered to Nahant, that's, you can dispose of it at the compost facility. Preferably,
How about if it's hitched to a resident vehicle, like a?
That's fine. Yep, that's fine. My preference, I guess we need to make sure, but I think, I guess we need to confirm with town hall. I don't 100% know. My understanding is that if it's a residential vehicle, and I'd prefer not to see it in just loose. I'd prefer to see it loose because that's an easier breakdown. But we need to confirm with town hall. I don't know what the rules are.
I did get some, you might remember the email. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he did say that he concurred with what you said about a resident and that it could go to the compost.
I think it was, Zach, probably from DPW.
Yes.
I think as long as if it's in a trailer that's hitched to a local vehicle,
yep.
I don't want it in any kind of container. I think it would break down better that way. I think that's okay, but I cannot conclusively. I'm not in charge of the compost area.
We'd be shaking out any bad refuse. We wouldn't want that refuse to get into the compost.
Yeah. So maybe a condition would be that you go through, sift through it generally and make sure there's no, needles and contaminants, because that's obviously, if that goes into the compost area, that's material we can't use. And then we're paying to dispose of it for you.
Right.
So I think if I am not the definitive word on this, unfortunately, I'm not in charge of the compost area. But
let me ask a question. Did the contractor tell you how many yards of material it was?
No, he did not. He just gave me a rough estimate of what it would cost.
Okay, so
now though we have more seaweed than we did when he came. So
all right, so if the commission approves the fact that you can go onto the beach, whatever type of motorized device you're going to use, a bobcat, which is 50-50, not the best idea. A mini excavator is the better idea. But if the commission approves it, we'll donate the dumpster, 120-yard dumpster. You could fill it with seaweed on site. We'll take it away and we'll dump it at a proper facility where we dump the town of Swampscott's, okay? So you work that out with the commission. Don't worry about the disposal. Don't impact the town dump with all this stuff that they don't need the headache for,
I
okay?
appreciate that, Mr. Angelo.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So you go on with Kristen, you guys figure it out, but you should tell the contractor, Bobcat's not the ideal thing because he's gonna sink and get stuck. Mini
What did you-
excavator can always dig itself out.
An excavator.
Mini excavator, yeah. The same thing that they're gonna use down at the other project, which they're gonna put over the wall. Because he can always get himself out. Once a Bobcat's buried, he's all done.
All right, now there's a private way. I wish Susan was on. I saw her earlier, but she's not on because I know she would be for this. I wonder how much bigger is a mini excavator than a Bobcat?
They're about the same size.
Okay.
You can get it anywhere from 6,000 pounds to 15,000 pounds.
Okay,
good. You can
So
get one.
I assure you, no rocks, Kristen, no rocks are gonna be moved.
Okay.
Not an issue anymore like we had before,
So is the intent to go down the Dills access point there?
Where Wendell Road is.
Oh, at the end.
Behind Connolly, Solomon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And I'm gonna pay for most of it. Mr. DeLuca passed away. So we're gonna try to figure out the cost and, prorated.
So how many houses are we talking about? Your house? Ish, generally, how many houses are we talking about?
6.
6 houses from yours to Wendell?
To the left, yeah. Well, they don't have too much on the Wendell side. They don't get much. We get most. I wish I could show you these pictures. So if you know the point, it goes like a J.
Yep.
And the seaweed just accumulates behind the 5 or 6 houses, and then the rest of the homes on Wendell Road don't get any seaweed. It's just like right into our little cove.
That's a tidal swirl.
I can.
There is with a lot of eelgrass.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're talking from high tide line, ocean or landward?
Yep, from the high tide line to our property line. So there's a good, I would say it's 8 feet from the high tide line to the property line, and then the 6 houses width. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You've seen the property,
I have, yeah. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay.
I could share some pictures I took.
Yeah, you can share.
I realize I can do it with this. I can do it with this. If I may just find them again. Yeah.
Sure. Or I was just trying to bring up the GIS map just so we can all be on the same page, because I just want to make sure that when I write the permit that it accommodates all of the properties that we're talking about. That's my only concern.
Are you seeing that now? I'm not
sure. No, let me just share my screen.
Okay.
And then Mark can hop in. Okay, so this is your house with the blue dot.
Correct.
So we're talking one to the left and then a couple to the right?
One to the right. Let me see.
One to the right. Which
right
is
here.
the
129.
Okay, Rotaratis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then
all the way to
DeLuca's.
Yep, and then all the way to where it curves.
So the Callahans or
Connolly, right? Is it Connolly?
The Connollys. Okay, so from 3 Wendell to 129 Castle.
Yeah,
what we're talking about.
Yeah, it may be less. If people don't want to help out with the cost.
Have you talked to everybody or no?
Yes, I talked to the majority. I mean, Mr. DeLuca passed away. His wife's in Florida, but she's totally on board.
Okay.
I talked to Peter. He's on board.
Okay.
And I know would be on board because she collects sea glass and stuff. So I think I shouldn't presume that, but I'm pretty sure she would be.
Okay. Mr. Angelo, is that likely more material than you're willing to voluntarily accommodate? You think that's fair?
No, they'll get it in the 20-yard can, especially they gotta pick the trash out. So they're gonna have to have some people down there with gloves on and masks that wanna work, you know, it's
I've
not
been
hard.
doing that every day anyway. I do that every day. I go down there.
It's not that hard. Get a few neighbors to help. We'll drop
Yeah.
the container wherever you want, but I recommend you talk to the contractor. And if
Yeah.
Kristen grants permission for the machine to go down, again, I stress mini excavator. It has a thumb on it. They can pick stuff up. Bobcat, they're just gonna push it around. It's kind of useless, to be honest with you.
You know what I would love to know is why, you know, the Doggy Beach and Short Beach and Nahant Beach are on the swim program for the cleanup, but not Black Rock Point Beach. I mean, just one part of Doggy Beach where the dogs go. But why is not this part of the beach not included in, you know, voluntary cleanup?
It's not, well, there are two reasons. One, first of all, it's all volunteers anyway.
Say it again.
I said, first of all of the cleanup is volunteers that sign up to go do it.
Right.
Your neighbors are welcome. I'm sure the swim wouldn't mind if you want to come and get the trash bags. You can't afford your own. Give them. But it's also public beaches. It's not private beaches. So.
It's not a private beach though, as far as I know. People can come here if they want.
Well, the problem with Black Rock Beach is there's no access. And that's a problem that we had with the town is they've accessed via the dune, and that is not an acceptable access point. And so there is no legal access. There is no conservation approved access to that beach. And so that's why there is no maintenance of that beach.
I see.
For that reason, and the fact that it's Doggy Beach. So there's no maintenance of that beach, unfortunately.
But it's not really Doggy Beach. That's just a nickname.
It is, but there's no
I gotcha.
Equipment access to that beach, and that's the shortcoming of that beach. And so we've had some issues in the past. The town inadvertently brought a machine over there, and it caused some major damage. And so there is no access to that beach, and that's why it's not maintained.
All right, understood.
And it's not considered a swimming beach the way the other ones are. You know, it's obviously people swim there, but it's not considered the same way as the other beaches.
Right.
I'm curious, how's the machine gonna get down to Black Rock? Through your yard?
There's a private way, but we could get it down there. A Bobcat has been brought down in the past.
Okay.
Without permission.
Without permission,
I'm
Mr.
not blaming
DeLuca.
you. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
historically there is an access there via Wendell Road. People have used it as a machine access without permission historically. There's also maybe an access via the Dills property. I guess Wendell Road is probably a better alternative. But that is something you need permission to do, and we're not opposed to it. It's just making sure we have permission and appropriate disposal. And if Mr. Angelo is willing to help, that's wonderful. Alternatively, you'd have to sort through everything to make sure it was appropriate material to go to the compost area.
It will be definitely sorted through either way. I mean, I don't want to give Mr. Angulo needles and stuff. I mean.
No, it's going to a farm in Worcester. They don't like that.
No. I keep up with it pretty good though. I'm out there.
I bet you do. Yeah, I know. I deal with it on my own beach here. My
Really?
crew's down there all the time picking stuff up, all the time. It's because of the tidal wash. You're never going to get away from it.
Well, like I said, 3 years hasn't been this bad. This past year, it's really bad. So.
Changing current.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mr. Angelo, your opinion is that a mini excavator would be less intrusive.
Right. And if that guy doesn't have it and you need me to do it, if he gave you $250,000, we can honor that. It pays for the guy for the day, the move in, the move out. If you want us to do it, we'll do it. Our machine won't impact as long as we have permission to get down there. Obviously, we want to do it at low tide, and obviously we want to do it on a nice day.
Gotcha. That's wonderful, Mr. Angelo. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay. Does anybody else from the commission have any comments?
Kristen, Susan Solomon has had her hand up for quite some time.
Yep.
She should probably be
Susan, you want to
recognized.
chime in?
I don't see her. I mean,
Thank you. Yes, I would like to support my neighbor and what she wants to do. I do have a question though, and it's true that it's unsightly for sure. I haven't seen any rats in it, what I have seen in it are birds, particularly shorebirds.
Yeah.
So I'm just a little concerned about the habitat loss. And I guess, as you say, Rochelle, there's less on the Wendell Road side than there is on your side. So if you're happy with it, I'm happy to just leave it in front of my house so that the birds will have a place to go. And I don't know if they really need it, but I sure do see a lot of little plovers and sanderlings and stuff like that in there. And I would hate to have it, be not there for them if they need it. And I don't know, I'm not an expert. There may be people on the commission that know a lot more about seagrasses. It's not seaweed, it is seagrasses. And I from a little bit of research I've done, I think it is habitat. So it's really
dead though. I've come across more dead birds, porpoise. I've rescued a I forget the one that dives in, not a duck, the other one,
cormorant. Yeah.
I brought it all the way to Grafton to try to save them, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
So, between the boats and propellers and the waste management with the plastic that washes up, I find more dead things than live.
I know. People on the commission may know a lot more than I do about it. It's just a question. And just to let you know that it's fine with me if you leave it in front of my house.
So there are plenty of, a majority, I would say, of the beaches around here are raked for materials, and shorebirds continue to use them. I think in this situation, I think I'd feel better if we had everybody's signature before you went ahead and did things in front of their property, just to make sure that everybody's on board. Ms. Solomon, if you want to keep your material in front of you, that's cool. I think there's plenty of space along there that isn't maintained, that they still have the ability to kind of migrate a little bit north or south or east or west, I guess.
Susan, how about if we leave the seagrass that's abuts right to your property line? Because you get a lot of the seaweed onto your property, whereas I don't, because I'm right on the high water mark. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You just take maybe 3 feet of the 8 feet from in front of you. So that way, when it does wash again with the high tide or storm, we're not going to have the same problem with that seaweed swirling up.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure we can work it out. So I am supportive.
Okay. Thank you, Susan.
So I guess my inclination would be that you get everybody's signature before you do in front of their house, just so everybody's on board, just so that, because you're not just doing your property. If you're doing other properties, that's okay, but let's in advance, at least a week in advance, we have everybody's signature so that we're all on the same page.
Sure.
That this is your intent for this to be annual, or?
Well, as needed. If next summer, if next spring, it's not bad, we won't have to do it.
Yeah, I guess I would say annually at the most.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I would like to see an annual signature and sign off from everybody, just to make sure everybody annually is on board, that we know what the date is that this is going to happen. This is a 3-year permit, so you would have 3 years to do it. And I'd like to see annually a signature and annually a date of when it's going to happen, just so that we're not surprised. Everybody's on board. Everybody's comfortable with it. That a mini excavator is used, and then either the material, regardless of where the material goes to, that it's sorted first. So either it's sorted and Mr. Angiulo provides, just for material that's inappropriate for disposal, that either Mr. Angiulo provides something, and that's fine if you work that out, or if it goes to the town compost area, it needs to go by a town vehicle. It can't be a commercial vehicle.
Okay.
Does anybody from the commission have any further input? Does anybody from the public have any further input?
Hi, this is Brennan Bronick, Olmsted, 2 Summer Street, Nahant. I just wanted to commend Mr. Angiulo for his offering of alternative disposal for the seaweed. I've worked with the town and the Vulnerability Plan Commission, and it's come up that the compost area in the past, the town has had to dispose of the material at our own expense, so that if we can find ways to limit material that won't easily break down, that'd be very beneficial. Thank you all for your continued effort in this.
I agree. I think it's better if it can go out of town because it is something we pay for. But if it doesn't, I think this is a material that breaks down easy and is a high quality amendment to what we have. So I think it's not a negative, but certainly the preference, if Mr. Angelo is willing to work with you, that would be a positive for the town.
You know, actually the seaweed, when it's fresh and clean, you can eat it, you know?
I mean, it breaks down easy. It's a lot better than a lot of the material the town gets. So I'm assuming it's acceptable to the town. I don't think it's a bad thing. Okay, so that being the case with the aforementioned conditions, do I hear a motion from the commission to issue a negative determination for the project?
I guess I'll do it.
Thank you, Tom. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Henry. Okay, we got to do a roll call. Tom, how do you vote?
I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Henry?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Colleen?
In favor.
I am a yes, so that is a 5-0. Okay, so I will issue a permit for it, and at least a week in advance, you need to provide the signatures of everyone that is signing on, so you can do it in front of their houses and notification that the work is going to occur.
Thank you.
So I'll send a permit out to you in the next couple weeks, okay?
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Did I get through to you through the GNS, or how would I get through to you?
Yeah, G&J.
G&J.
And I can email you as part of your permit. I can let you know what his contact information, if that's makes it easier for you.
You can send them myself.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
All right.
All right. Next on the agenda is the continued notice of intent for 430 Nahant Road, construction of a new building on the existing bunker and 2 new parking areas and associated appurtenances. Does somebody from NU want to chime in? Dwight? Let's see, you got to unmute for me, please.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Dwight Dunk, a principal of Epsilon Associates, here representing Northeastern University. Also on with Northeastern, we have other project team members. In terms of this project, the CSI project, the Coastal Sustainability Institute, just wanted to give basically an update on this one. We did receive the peer reviewers' comments from Ecotech and Hardy-Man. Those comments, focused on the construction period controls, stormwater management system design and design details, and compliance with the bylaw performance standards. We've submitted those response to comments. Those should have been received today. And with that, we don't really have anything new. We don't have anything to present for tonight on this project, but are here to answer any questions that the commission or the peer reviewers may have at this time.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. If the question is specific to the discharge, just to that portion of the application for the outflow of water. It was mentioned in your surface overview of the project at about 3 meetings ago that this facility, your current plant, was obsolete, that it didn't handle the amount of water that you needed to, and there was comments in the chat from a noted scientist that Northeastern had received a state grant, I think a $6 million grant, to upgrade that facility less than 6 years ago. So it begs the question, why is this current pump and discharge facility obsolete after a $6 million grant less than 6 years ago.
I just want to correct, make a comment that the current public hearing that the chair just opened is for the Coastal Sustainability Institute and not the seawater project. That's the next one on the agenda that we'll be talking about. But right now it's for the Coastal Sustainability Institute, which is the building addition,
Right.
Parking, driveway improvements in infrastructure.
I'm sorry,
Colleen, can we note that and it's a formality, but let's talk about, that's important. Let's talk about it in the next.
Yes, I'm sorry. He's correct. The notice of
Yeah.
intent, number 6 is the construction of the new building. But number 7 is on tonight's agenda, and that is for the existing seawater intake lines. I went ahead.
Can we do that?
My fault.
No, you're right. It's confusing because they're two separate, but that's an important question, and let's bookmark that and address it in a couple minutes, if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay. So basically, project engineers provided some additional information too late to discuss at this meeting. So they provided it today. Peer review hasn't had the opportunity to take a look at it. I didn't have a chance to forward it to the commission. So there's although the peer reviewers, the consultants provided additional information tonight, we're not ready to discuss it. Is that fair, Dwight?
Yes.
It's just a little late in the game. So
correct.
So peer review will take a look at it. I will forward it to the commission. It was late. I apologize. It's school vacation week. I didn't have a chance to forward it to everybody. So we'll do that and we'll take it. Yeah, absolutely.
Before, obviously I don't know what was resubmitted, but
I haven't looked at it either.
One of my big concerns is that we get drawings of the existing conditions and plans at something other than 1 inch to 40 feet. And I don't know if that's, did you provide that as part of your response to the peer review people?
We have,
because if not, I still want to see it.
Okay, we have requested a waiver from that 1 inch equals 10 feet standard because for projects of this size, it's standard engineering practice to design these at 1 inch equals 40.
Well, the jumping to number 7 is done at 1 inch to 20. And the two projects overlay. It's extremely difficult to try to figure out what's going on. The seawater one was able to provide every single tree. Yours hasn't identified any tree in the one that's there. So the extent of construction doesn't show. So at least since we have the right to give a waiver, at least I'm one person who's not going to agree to 1 to 40. And we've been asking for 1 to 20. We asked, I think it was probably in some of the MIPA requests for more detail. So at the last meeting, I brought it up. So at least you have heard from one member of the commission that's not going to agree to give you a waiver to 1 to 40.
I guess one of the challenges that Mark identified is that the CSI plans are at a different scale than the seawater intake plans. So it's hard to kind of marry them and have a fair assessment of what's going on.
Right, but
it's a big site. It's a lot going on. It's hard to tell. You know what I mean?
Right. They've been submitted as 2 separate projects, 2 separate notices of intent, and for a site the size of the CSI project, 1 inch equals 40 is a standard practice for engineering design. This for these projects, certain elements or features may have details at a smaller scale. The intake project is a much smaller geographic area and can more easily be accommodated at 1 inch equals 20. That's why the two have different scales.
Well, considering that the seawater one covers all the way to the southern entrance to the Murphy Barracks, goes up to the top of the hill, actually includes covers a certain part of the area of where your proposed building is. I hear you, but I disagree that that shouldn't be something that should be provided. It's just not enough detail. Your pictures are all showing all the trees there forever. The drawings don't show any trees, so who knows what you're doing. There's a lot of missing detail. So maybe your responses to the peer review are going to answer some of that. Because I think they asked for drawing, that shows the impact of construction, how much land is going to be destroyed around the parking lot. How far is that construction? Because that goes into wetland buffer area. The other, same thing with the seawater one, the plans do show construction up to the wetland buffer, doesn't show any impact of, what's the construction area. It shows building adjacent to buffer area, no trees, it's missing detail. So, and I agree, it's going to be hard to put trees on a 1 to 40. So I don't see why we would have to give you a waiver not to make them compatible. If you look at the total area covered by the seawater plan, if you count their plans, which actually go up, as I said, go up to up above the southern entrance to the barracks, it's covering quite a bit of the land.
So Dwight, that's, I guess, something to think about, one vote against a waiver. I mean, we haven't talked about it thoroughly, right. So that's something to think about that, may have to be looked at more closely going forward. So I guess given the late submission, this is maybe an opportunity for the commission and the public to provide comments. Right now, we're talking exclusively about the new building and the parking areas. So this is an opportunity to give comments and input, and we're not voting on anything tonight, but if anybody, so let's start with the commission. And I guess furthermore, the commission has not been out there as a group for a site visit. And so I think that's something we'd like to take a look at in the coming weeks before the next meeting, so that we can all take a look at it together, possibly, hopefully with a peer reviewer, at least Paul, but maybe also Sean, if possible, to kind of get a feel for things, because I know in the past, NU has requested that we be accompanied when we're out there. So I think it would be productive, now that we've kind of hashed out some of the initial issues, to take a look at everything together. Sean, did you want to chime in? I see you have your hand.
Yeah, thank you. So what I received today, I was not this project. So as of today, the email that we received was for the next item, agenda item. So I don't believe that we have received comments or responses to this project yet.
Okay. Dwight, did you provide stormwater and wetlands comments to both?
Yes, we provided comments to both, and I will just double check my email to make sure it went to Sean. I know it went, I can just double check my email.
Yeah, the link when I hit it today was a peer response to stormwater and to wetlands for the next project. I did not receive anything for this.
Well, the email that I have that was sent for the CSI it was sent to your email address.
Okay, well, so, I did not receive it.
Yeah.
That's okay. We can take a look at that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So does anybody else from the commission wish
I can resend that to you tomorrow, Sean. We'll just make sure you get it.
Thanks, Dwight. All right, does anybody else from the commission wish to provide any comments on the CSI building at this point? General comments. I know we haven't received the additional, or we haven't had an opportunity to review the additional information yet. General comments are acceptable. Okay. Does anybody else? Does anybody from the public?
Yeah. Kristen,
Yep.
When will be the appropriate time to actually ask questions of Northeastern?
Now is the time. If you want to get things, unless they specifically refer to something that was raised by the peer review, which I'm going to assume that they addressed. If there are additional larger, additional comments, now is the time. Let's do
Well,
it.
there are questions that I have on the plans.
Yeah,
And again, the problem with the plans being the scale they are, some of the questions may not make any sense because they're of such a wide scale.
So I guess, Dwight, that's another vote opposed to the scale of the plans. So maybe that's something we either need to A, take another look at, or B, need to be addressed in the field on a site visit. Tom, what do you think? What do you want to, is it the scale, or do you think it's something that could be addressed during a site visit?
Well, I mean, we don't have a plan in front of us to look at. I mean, I have a set of plans, but nobody else does. And probably the Northeastern rep doesn't either at this point.
Well, we have the original plans. We don't have any updates.
Right.
At this point.
Right.
Yep.
I think we should have a site visit, but I think we need to revisit actually discussing the plans.
Okay. So I guess that's 2 votes in concern with concerns about the plans. So maybe it would be positive for everybody to schedule a site visit sooner rather than later, so that maybe either A, those concerns can be addressed, or B, updated plans can be provided and with time for the next meeting.
I mean, there is another solution if they'd like to put stakes out for where the new building is going to be up on the hill. So we can see where that is. And if they want to stake the whole wetland buffer, stake it so we can walk it and see it, and stake the area of construction that they're going to use to build the building. That would be another way to get around if it's too expensive to do drawings. I thought I was being nice because instead of asking for 1 to 10, I was asking for 1 to 20.
So asking the applicant to stake the work, where the buildings are and wetland limits is a completely acceptable request. It's a common request. I mean, I think it's absolutely essential that the commission go out there and take a look, preferably with the peer reviewer, if we can arrange that, Paul and Sean, if possible. I think that's invaluable for us to just kind of get the feel of, we all walk up there, but to get a play-by-play, I think is going to help us make a decision about how we feel about things. So we can decide on a time tonight, perhaps, that works for everybody, and then there's less back and forth. I mean, obviously no decisions are going to be made tonight, but if there are additional questions about right now the CSI building, this is the time to pose them. I personally want to look at things. I want to walk the site with the applicant and the peer reviewer and have the opportunity to review things before I delve into my concerns.
Kristen, this is Paul McManus. I just want to, I did receive, I did receive both supplemental packets this afternoon. I have not even cracked the CSI one. When we get to the next one, I did make a pass through the intake materials and have a couple of comments there, but I have not even literally turned a page on this one.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think, Dwight, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you guys expected that we wouldn't be ready to discuss this tonight.
Correct. That when I opened it up, I expected. That's why I just gave a brief, outline. Expect that we didn't have anything to present because things went to Sean and Paul today. So we're not expecting any feedback on the supplemental material. In terms of a site visit, we wouldn't be able to schedule that tonight. We just need to work with Northeastern MSC staff, Marine Science Center staff. But we can certainly coordinate that with you, Chair, and with Paul and Sean. to get us a mutually agreeable time.
Okay. Okay, do any members of the commission want to pose any additional questions about this tonight? About the building, the new building and parking areas tonight?
I'd like to just have clarity. I've heard from some of the mailings, it feels as if I originally was said to be 60,000 square footage. Can you just tell the commission, what is the square footage for this building as it is currently stands?
Me, just ask if one of our team members, Bill Maher, might be able to answer that without looking it up on the plans. I do not have the square footage memorized. I know, so I'll ask Bill if he happens to know the footprint of the building addition.
I don't have it on
Okay.
in the back of my mind. If you give me a couple minutes, I can let you know.
Okay. Well, we can provide that with the, rather than wait, spending time right now here during the commission meeting to look everything up. That I know that's in the notice of intent, but we can make sure that that's highlighted and provide that.
It seems that it's changed, so that's why I wanted to clarify what it stands at currently. And also, the project is called a Sustainability Institute. If this is in fact a considerable expansion, then it needs to be submitted as an expansion and how much this expands upon the Murphy bunker. So if you notice, many of the people building in wetlands, the townspeople who come before this commission have to show whether or not they are working within an existing footprint and providing repairs of an original design, or they're asking for an expansion. It seems to me that
the addition to the Murphy bunker for the CSI, that the building addition is outside of the wetland resource areas and outside of buffer zones. The work that's subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and the Nahant bylaw is relative to access, driveways, access roadway improvements, utilities, parking, and drainage system improvements. The building itself is outside of the review, outside of wetlands jurisdictions and outside of the review zones of the Nahant Conservation Commission.
One of my concerns is maintenance of public access. I know this is not directly wetlands related. However, the work is within buffer zone entirely. So one of my concerns is maintenance of public access during construction period. I mean, it's a complicated issue anyway, generally, but how construction will be phased to provide public access to the town-owned land throughout the construction period.
Right.
Which I'm not asking you to answer that tonight, but it's just something to mull over that I think we need to really take a look at how that will be phased or provided. Okay. Does anybody, any other commission members want to pose any questions about the CSI building at this point? Okay. Does anyone from the public wish to weigh in on the CSI building and associated appurtenances at this point?
Yeah, I have some questions. Bill Mahoney, 179 Willow Road.
Okay.
New impervious areas from the construction of the two parking lots and the Marine Science Center add up. Well, it's the Marine Science Center addition, 19,625 square feet, greatly exceeds the allowable levels of 5,000 square feet of new impervious area within the Nahant Wetlands bylaw regulated resource. Therefore, it's prohibited activity according to the Nahant wetlands.
Bill, can you talk either into your computer or the phone?
Do you hear me in the computer? Do you hear me now?
Perfect. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I don't know if you heard that, but I was talking
We
about
heard most of it. Yeah.
19,625 square feet. And the way I read the Nahant wetlands bylaw, anything over 5,000 square feet is prohibited according to the bylaw. So I want to point that out. We're also talking about the CSI, the NOI for the CSI talks about, well, MIPA talks a whole lot about Canoe Beach. And we think Northeastern was supposed to submit an ENF regarding Canoe Beach. They did not. And there's going to be super environmental impacts from Canoe Beach and storm issues. And we're concerned about Canoe Beach. And obviously there's going to be a big issue with Canoe Beach with the coastal dune on Canoe Beach. Severe jeopardy due to the construction. And they're also, they're going to be encased in sewer pipe. See marked to be a mere few feet away from this dune. Also, Northeastern plans to utilize the Nahant Road extension adjacent to this entire dune as the main thoroughfare to the construction and staging site on the east side of Murphy Bunker. This activity is prohibited by the Wetland Protection Act and the Nahant Wetland Bylaw. And I hope the commission pays attention and the peer reviewers are aware of this. I would like to think the stakeholders from Nahant could also be available to talk with the peer reviewers, possibly at a site, an area at Northeastern during the site visit that you people are going to have in the future. I have some more issues too. If you have time, we can talk. Are we still talking the CSI or are we talking about the seawater area?
CSI.
Okay.
Do you want to wait and raise some more for the seawater intake?
I would think like the vegetated wetland. I'm not sure if we're talking CSI or if we're talking the pumping system, but that's going to be virtually destroyed by construction around and through LECA Environmental Consultants. They acknowledge that they didn't attempt to ascertain whether the vegetated wetlands were in fact a vernal pool, although anecdotal reports from the Nahant residents point out salamanders in the vicinity part of the year. And we think there should be an investigation into this wetland. It should take place to check out whether it's a vernal pool and with threatened species there. So we think that should be checked out by your, I know your peer reviewer is an expert in that area. So I have a whole bunch of things on the seawater. If you want to jump into that right now.
We need to hold on that until we open that.
Okay, one other thing then on CSI. Sedimentation. This is going to be, the gentleman said, we're not in resource areas. If you look at that map, and of course, very hard to see that map because it's 1 to whatever, 40 or whatever. The line, the resource area for the land subject coastal storm flowage going up the hill, 100 feet is awful close to that west wall of where this CSI is supposed to take place. And with construction, and it's 50 feet high, and we're going to get some rain, and they're going to denude that hill as far as I can see, they're gonna, to get to the wall, to do their construction, it's gonna be a mess with sedimentation. Sedimentation is gonna end up in the resource area, and it's gonna end up in both bays. And there's larval lobster in both those bays, and a lot of mud and sedimentation going into the ocean is going to be a real adverse situation to the marine life. So there's a whole bunch of things that your peer reviewers need to look at. I know there's peer review people, CDM Smith. I hope they submitted some material. Have they submitted material to you people? They're
they provided initial input, but no one has had the opportunity to respond or review the supplemental material yet.
I would like you people and obviously your peer reviewers to take a close look at what CD Smith people are saying regarding some issues with the resource and what Northeastern proposes to do.
So one of the things identified by the peer reviewers was construction period site management and, making sure there wasn't erosion control issues. So that's, I assume, something that was addressed in the supplemental material, but we don't know yet. So
I don't trust that they're going to be able to handle that sedimentation that they're going to get.
So that's something we'll take a look at for next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, I got some CSI stuff too. You want to do
All right, let's hold on that. Okay,
Yeah,
we got to talk about that at the next,
I
when I
just
open the next meeting.
want to comment that the peer reviewers did comment on sedimentation control during construction, commented on Canoe Beach,
Yep.
and in terms of sequencing. So the fact is that those topics are addressed in response to Hardyman and Ecotech comments.
I think they need to hear from the people in the Nahant. You had 8 people out there with the peer reviewers, and you had 0 people from the Nahant Commission or any stakeholders out there. When you did your,
We're gonna have a site visit. That was just kind of an initial review, and I think once we've kind of parsed out the initial, the comments from the peer review, the commission, we're gonna have a site visit, and we'll be able to talk about, address what our concerns are when we're out there.
And Kristen, why wasn't any of them, can you explain to me why members of the commission were not part of that initial peer review? Why was it only Northeastern staff that was with them?
So the commission had the opportunity to participate. Unfortunately, a lot of the members have jobs and aren't able to do that stuff during the day. So, they had the initial review just to get things going. And before the commission's not making any decisions yet. And until all the information has been received and the peer review comments have been addressed. So the intent is to have a site visit with the commissions at an amenable time for everybody. A number of us have full-time jobs that we just, we can't go during the day. So, or if we can, it needs to be planned ahead. So that's something that we need to figure out before, to have a site visit for the commission.
And just that, it's pretty much common practice for to have an initial site visit, a technical site visit between the peer reviewers and the technical staff. One comment I just did want to hit upon that Mr. Mahoney commented on about vernal pools and protected species. There are no certified vernal pools or potential vernal pools mapped by natural heritage out here, and this area is not mapped by natural heritage as providing habitat for any state listed wetlands, wildlife, or rare species.
Okay, if you look at some of your material that you submitted from AMIPA, LEC people said they came out, they did a lot of work, but they didn't, it was out of their scope to look at vernal pool. Look at your paperwork. You're going to find that.
So vernal pool information can be, provided to natural heritage. It's up to them to certify whether or not it's appropriate. But until such time as it's identified, it is not considered a vernal pool.
Got people, you're right. Check it out. The gentleman that you have as a peer reviewer has got a background as an expert in that area.
Agreed. And I think there's no, from the commission standpoint, there's no concerns about the peer reviewers attending a site visit with Northeastern without us. They are working for us, the commission and the town, and they're not working with Northeastern, they're working for us. So what they're looking out for the town's best interest. And so the commission not being present on a site visit with the peer reviewer and the applicant is not, from my perspective at least, a concern. They are looking out for the town. They were hired by the town. They're working for the town. So it was an initial visit and there will be a subsequent visit with the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you, but over the past 3 years, we've had issues with Northeastern and being upfront with what we feel is true.
That may be, but here, as far as the Wetlands Protection Act application, the peer reviewers are working for us and they're looking out for the town's best interest.
Thank you. We appreciate
what they're hired for.
Thank you.
Okay. So does anybody else from the public have any comments about the CSI application before we move forward?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so I can let someone else go.
I'm sorry, you can go first.
Brennan Bronick Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. I had a question about the maps, and when the maps are resubmitted, hopefully with a uniform scale, could a single map showing both projects, I guess the sustainability building and the new water system, be on a single map so that a person can see holistically what it's going to look like?
Figures showing both projects have been included in various environmental documents. And I think they are, I'll check the notice of intent, but there are figures that show a comprehensive look at the site. However, these are filed as 2 separate projects, in seeking 2 separate independent permits.
But I don't disagree that there's value in, I know that they've probably been submitted for MIPA, but probably not for Wetlands Protection Act. I don't have it. I didn't look through just now, but maybe there's value in submitting that on behalf of both projects, just so it's on the record. I know you have them, so that's an easy submission for us, just so we have them on the record for both applications. Certainly helpful to the public. Anybody else from the public?
Yes, I would like to. Yes, can you hear me? This is Debbie Vanderpleiss. I have a couple questions. One is, did I hear correctly that the 2 gentlemen representing Northeastern do not know what the building size is? Is that correct?
It's, well, we've been on the call. The addition is a total square footage of 55,000 square feet of gross floor area. The building footprint, because that's multiple stories, the building footprint is much smaller than that.
Okay, so that doesn't obviously include the pump house or the
No,
11.
we're talking about that. That's the addition to the Murphy bunker.
Okay, so that also doesn't include the 11,000 square feet that Northeastern mentioned in their recent mailer. That would be considered an improvement to the side of the bunker. Is that correct? That's extra, the 11,000 square feet, I believe.
The 11,000 square feet, if I recall correctly, that's the footprint. And within that footprint is the 55,000 square feet.
The footprint of what?
Of the Murphy bunker addition.
Right, the addition outside of the bunker, outside of the 55,000 square feet, if I read it correctly.
No, we have the Murphy bunker.
Yes.
There will be an addition to the Murphy bunker. That addition has a footprint of about 11,000 square feet. And then the increase in gross floor area of the addition is 55,000 square feet.
Okay, so where is the other 44,000 square feet?
It's vertical. It's multiple stories.
Multiple stories? No, that's not right. It's 1 story above the battery. Is that correct? Where the existing battery is today, is it a 1-story build on the rooftop of the current battery?
Doesn't know.
Yeah, Bill, Bill, if you can just clarify this comment.
It's because
Yes.
yeah. Well, you have the building footprint as,
tries to hold off another attack as that country tries to, as he says, shield the rest of Europe from
I'm sorry, there's some,
on the
Okay.
heels of that.
Actually,
very
can we have,
dramatic,
um,
That's
very
not
Tim-
me. That is not background noise at my house. I don't know. who that is.
No,
I get it.
can we have Tim McKay just provide a comment here?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So Dwight hit on a few key points there. Yes, this building is 55,000 square feet as defined in our NOI, and no, that number has not changed since we have filed. We will learn more about the building in the next coming weeks, but first of all, you know, aside from not having really any pertinence towards the environmental impact, you know, we're only really here to talk about the environmental impact.
Are you sure that it's not going to have any impact on the environmental aspect? I mean, because you are
Well,
building.
again,
You are
it's-
building.
Again, it's aside from the fact that it's outside of Conservation Commission jurisdiction, we're quite sure of that.
Okay, but can you just clarify the one point, or unless you're trying to save it for another session, but you have the battery as it exists today, and you're adding on to the top.
Yep.
How many floors will be added on?
We've said in numerous filings, this is a single story addition on top of the Murphy bunker footprint. The only new footprint is 11,000 square feet.
Okay.
The
and that is-
existing Murphy bunker footprint is over 80,000 square feet.
Okay, and the
The majority of the
11,000,
building sits on top of the Murphy bunker footprint.
and the 11,000 is going over on the side where the valley is that correct?
There's no valley. I don't know what you're talking about with the valley.
The meadow, I'm sorry, the meadow where you plan. to
There's no
grow-
meadow either. This,
What-
if
what
you
would
want to
you-
talk about the east side of the Murphy bunker, yes, it is on the east side of the Murphy bunker.
Okay, and that's in addition, from what I just read in your mailing, I think it was of the 18th, it seemed like the 11,000 was considered an improvement, but outside of the footprint, if that's what I recall it said, outside of the footprint. Am I correct?
That's correct. That's correct. There is the existing Murphy bunker footprint, which is over 80,000 square feet. This addition is only adding an additional 11,000 square foot of footprint, which again is all outside of wetlands and buffer zones.
Okay, great. So of the 55, forget the 11,000 for a second, because it's outside of the footprint. And I believe you're saying that the 55,000 square feet is within the footprint. Yes?
Within the
No.
footprint of the Murphy bunker.
Exactly.
Total.
Right, right. So how much of that is actually going to be on the top? That one story, that one floor that will be built atop the Murphy battery, how many square feet is that?
Again, really not pertinent to
Okay, because I just
environmental
got,
impact.
all right, because I just wanted to see
Again,
if I was
if you
doing
just
the
want to let
math.
me finish, I can just do some simple math for you. If
Okay.
11,000 square feet is new and it's at the same elevation as the Murphy bunker, that's 22,000 over that. So there's 23,000 on top of the Murphy bunker, which again is an 80,000 square foot structure.
No, I'm sorry, but you said the 11,000 is outside of the footprint of the bunker.
You're correct.
And within the bunker footprint, it's 50, from what I've read in your mailings, 55,000 square feet with 17,000 buried under, 18,000 buried underground, leaving 37,000 square feet, no?
May I?
So
jump in?
again,
A related question. Footprint is if you are flying over top of this thing in a helicopter, right? So if you say 11,000 square feet of footprint is outside of the Murphy bunker, that is additional square feet of footprint as if you were flying over it in a helicopter.
Correct.
Therefore,
That's correct.
the amount that is on inside the footprint is 55,000 minus 11,000. Yes?
No, plus 11,000.
Plus 11.
It's not plus 11,000. The total expansion is 55,000 square feet.
There you
Only
go.
11,000 square feet, 11,000 square feet is outside of that footprint.
Right.
So listen, all of this is described in the plans. You're welcome to take a look at the plans that are in the NOI. Again, this is not pertinent to reviewing environmental impact.
Okay, then I apologize for my questions. Obviously, there's some confusion about your square footage. That's the only reason I asked for clarification. I'm sorry if it upset you. Okay, but my other question actually goes to Concom, and it's pertinent to what has been discussed tonight. When you go around and with Northeastern or whomever to check out the footprint to do your site visit, I was wondering, given that this is given the size and scope of this project and the public interest, if there's any chance you could videotape that site visit so others could be privy to it as well. I'm asking this of Concom.
So my inclination is not, but it's up to Northeastern if they want to allow the public to participate in the site visit. We don't have the capacity to record it.
Okay, so would Northeastern be willing to let members of the public come? Maybe not the whole town, but you know.
Why don't we let them think about it? And because we don't have a date or anything yet, that's a little premature. So once we have a date, if Northeastern is willing to let the public participate, we will send out a notice via the website what the time and date is of the site visit.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Typically applicants do not let the public participate. So it'll be up to them if they want to do that, because there's safety issues.
Well, I know, but they've explained in their mailings what great neighbors they are. So I thought they might consider it.
Well, they've allowed, the MIPA site visit, everybody was allowed to participate. So I assume this would be a similar situation, but I'm not going to speak for them. So once we set a site visit time and day, we will advertise it on the town website if Northeastern is willing to let the public attend.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kristen.
Sure.
Hey, Kristen, it's Michelle Capano, 29 Ocean Street. I have a clarifying question. You may not be able to answer this tonight. It may be a takeaway to council, but does the site visit cover under the open meeting law because you're convening the commission for the purposes of the review of the applicant?
No. So it's a site visit that allows questions and input from the applicant, but there is no deliberation, and therefore it's not covered under open meeting law.
Okay, thanks.
Does anybody else have any questions or concerns regarding this application? Okay.
We talked to water yet?
What's that? No, we're not doing that yet.
Okay.
That's next. We're almost there.
So I do have a comment. May I?
Sure. Yeah, of course. Can you just state your name and address before you begin?
Susan Solomon, 5 Wendell Road. I should have said that when I commented on the beach, but I think everybody knew where I was there. So I just want to ask whether the plans that have consistent dimensioning will be made available to the public as well as to the commission. And I've been complaining actually for throughout the FEIR process and the DEIR process that the labeling isn't clear. Everything needs to be marked in standard architectural markings, and it's very difficult to tell, for example, what the height of the building is because that dimension is not marked. I don't see why that can't be marked in this consistent way that architectural plans always are. Things like patios, potential patios are depicted, and it's not clear if they're patios or what they are, some kind of permeable paver maybe. That the latter might be fine, but the former would not be, and I think we deserve to see it. I think that the property line limits need to be made clear, whether they're talking about one of the things that happens is the property line of the property goes off the map, and we don't know whether they're using the high or low tide as the limits of their property when they talk about their percent of impermeable area. I think we have a right to know that, and of course it's part of your purview as well. The parking area could be reduced. They said that in their FEIR, and I'd like to hear them comment on that, but I'd also like to hear the commission talk about what the public could expect in the maps and whether they will be made available to us. And finally, if I guess I should talk about my other point. I am also concerned about Canoe Beach, which was raised by Billy as well. In their FEIR, Northeastern said that they could do something to stabilize the beach. They said that mixed sediment nourishment alternative represents a reasonable option to restore and provide some level of coastal protection with minimal environmental impact. I'd like to know why that isn't part of the project. They have said that right now they have no plans to do that. I don't see why we should be going forward without that.
Yeah.
So those are my comments, and I really do hope we get some readable plans that include property line limits, height limits, and are consistent.
Okay, so a couple things. One, the height of buildings is not the commission's purview. That is different departments. So while it's, you know, important information for the town at large, it is not the Conservation Commission's purview. We're only concerned about your footprint on the ground. Once you go up, it has nothing to do with the Conservation Commission. It's interesting, it's important to the town. It is not important to the Conservation Commission. That's something that falls under, I don't know, planning or zoning board of appeals, not us. Second, Canoe Beach is, of course, a concern to the commission. It was a concern to the commission when they came and presented the project. We were not pleased with it. We didn't like the design. Technically, Coastal Zone Management said it complied with their requirements and they signed off. They didn't like it. We didn't like it. They signed off. They got a permit. They had the unfortunate situation of a storm shortly after they installed it. As a result, their project was a failure. Sometimes that happens. It's just the way it goes. From a wetlands perspective, Wetlands Protection Act perspective, you would not submit all of the projects together. That's just not what you would do. You separate them from Wetlands Protection Act. From NEPA, you have to put them together, but from Wetlands Protection Act, you wouldn't put them together because you wouldn't want to have the success of Canoe Beach rely on the success of your building project. Those are unrelated projects. Those are two things that you can't control together. And so as a consultant, I used to be a consultant, I wouldn't apply for those together. So the way they're handling things from a wetlands perspective, Wetlands Protection Act perspective is the appropriate way, that they're segmenting the projects. NEPA does not segment projects. They look at things holistically. Wetlands Protection Act looks at things separately. Ironically. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense to the public, but as a consultant, as an applicant, that's what I would have suggested they do. They're doing the right thing for them. And that's the way that Wetlands Protection Act projects are submitted. So the commission didn't like Canoe Beach at the time. We reluctantly signed off on it because CZM agreed that technically it met the standards. It failed. They're going to have to address that. That's something that they're not addressing now. We'd like to see them address. It's something they're going to have to address, or it's going to be a problem for their larger property. It's up to them if they want to put their property in danger. They're not going to get, that's something they need to take a look at. Obviously, they're not looking at that now. They're looking at the rest of their project at this point. I agree it's a problem. I want to see Canoe Beach addressed, but it's not going to be addressed now, apparently, because they've chosen not to file for it.
But Christian,
Yep.
That, the beach and they're going to do construction right next to the beach. The construction has to do with the CSI, the sewer that's going into the CSI. So isn't that part, the Canoe Beach, if you will, the general Canoe Beach, there's issues with digging right next to the coastal dune. Those things relate to the CSI.
I agree. However,
the stability of Canoe Beach relates to how they're going to develop the CSI, either their construction of those and the sewer system and all that jazz on Nahant Road, and 1,000 trucks going on, they're going to have 125 people working on this project at one time. There's going to be all sorts of traffic going up that road right next to Canoe Beach, and that's going to destabilize that dune. And you're a professional, dunes are big time deals with wetland protection.
I agree. Yeah. I think it's short-sighted to not address Canoe Beach at this point. However, that's their prerogative.
But you as a commission could say, wait a second, folks, there's a dune here. And folks, you're going to destroy that dune. And
Agreed.
I hope you people consider that when you vote. Okay.
I mean, they're existing, so they have a permit for Canoe Beach. That was a project that was a failure. I don't think they dispute that. They're not pleased with the outcome. They spent a ton of money and it washed away.
And then they
That's
went
unfortunate.
coastal zone money after that failed and got another 200,000 of taxpayer money to develop a cobble, fortress there, I guess. They're going to bring in all sorts of jazz according to the ENF that they never sent off to MIPA. And here we have it, but Canoe Beach is important in the CSI development. It is.
Agreed, but they perform they do the CSI development at their own risk, essentially. Those are separate projects. I agree. They're both, from ecosystem perspective, they're all related. It's all holistically related. Unfortunately, from a Wetlands Protection Act perspective, you can segment those projects. You can look at Canoe Beach separate from the seawater intake, separate from the Coastal Sustainability Institute. And that's how they're doing it, which is what I would advise them if they were, my client. So I don't like it from a conservation perspective, but they're entitled to do that.
This topic was a comment by the peer reviewer. The controlling resource area along there is a coastal bank. There's a 100-foot buffer zone that extends from the coast. The roadway improvements and the existing road and the existing utilities within the road are within the 100-foot buffer zone to coastal bank. The use of the road, the reconstruction of the sewer below the grade, and the restabilization of the road within the buffer zone will not adversely will not affect the stability of the coastal bank. When we have work within the buffer zone to coastal bank, the standard is, will it affect the stability of the coastal bank? So that's been addressed in the response to comments. In terms of any work on the beach, that's not a part, as the chair said, that's not part of the CSI project and is not being requested for any work on the beach at this time.
So your Epsilon submittal of the FEI, you pointed out you have a map and it states there's a coastal dune there, artificial coastal dune. You guys submitted that in MIPA.
There's a dune, and then along the edge of the road is a bank, coastal bank. So we have those two resource areas. The controlling resource area is coastal bank, and there's a 100-foot buffer zone off of the bank.
So your sewer is within.
Your
sewer is within 10 feet of that dune.
It's within the 100-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank. It's within the edge. It's within the existing paved road. The paved road itself is within the buffer zone.
Well, I would like the commission to evaluate it. Okay.
Noted.
I'd just like to clarify too that Northeastern had proposed an armored solution for Canoe Beach, but it was CZM that forced us into a sacrificial dune situation. So we really were trying to work with CZM and Nahant Concom to come up with additional solutions here.
Yeah, but then you did, but why aren't you going forward? Why aren't you?
It was already completed, Mr. Mahoney, in 2016.
No, how about the 2019, the 200,000 that you guys used to develop it? You have a whole plan there ready to go for the to go to meet. You're ready to go to meet, but and then you're held off.
Again, I was just correcting some information. The Canoe Beach is not part of what we're here to talk about tonight. It's not part of this project.
Well, you're going through Canoe Beach to get to the CSI. You have sewer issues, entrenchments, and there's a coastal zone, a dune there that is there.
Again, Mr. Mahoney, that's simply not true. If you're talking about just performance standards for the wetlands bylaw, it's just simply not true.
Are you telling me there's no dune there?
I'm not telling you.
I don't think there's a discussion about whether or not there's a dune there. I think we all agreed that. I think that Canoe Beach is a separate project from the project that's proposed.
Right. And
It's confusing because MIPA requires you to look at things holistically, but the Wetlands Protection Act does not.
Correct. Correct.
Can you address my other questions, Kristen, please? I asked about whether the plans that have consistent labeling will be made available to the public. I asked whether everything on them will be marked, including the property line limits, which currently go off the page. I'd like to see where they think their property line limits are. And I also asked about the parking area, which is, I think, relevant since it's not very far away from wetlands. They had said that the parking area could be reduced in their FEIR, and I'd like to know what the status of that is and whether or not the commission wants to ask them to pursue reducing the parking area.
Dwight, what do you think? You want to weigh in?
We've taken that under, we've taken notes and we can respond to that. A small portion of the parking lot is subject to review by the Conservation Commission. The vast majority of the parking lot is outside of Conservation Commission review, but we will take a look at that and provide a response.
So the property lines aren't 100% relevant to what's going on. As long as they're doing work on their property, if their property line extends to mean low water, that's not necessarily relevant to what we're doing. So their property lines relate to the work that they're doing. That is not, determining the appropriate property line extent is not our purview.
Okay,
it's
what
tough
about,
because there's a lot of things that are important here, but they're not all important to conservation. So,
okay.
You know, I don't disagree that some of these things are important. It's just that we are looking at a very specific thing. And so we just, for conservation at least, we need to stay focused on that.
Yeah, well, I'll just remind you that in their FEIR, they did say that they could reduce the parking area, and I don't believe they have, so you may want to pursue that. My other question is, will the public get the consistent scaled maps that are on a readable scale, or are they going to be just for the commission?
If the commission votes that they are what's required and that they're not going to allow a variance on that, then it will be provided to the public. All supplemental materials provided by the applicant will be provided to the public. Just it was short enough term that I wasn't able to do that tonight. The commission wasn't able to get it. I didn't look at it, so the public didn't get it today. But that'll certainly be posted in the next week or so. Ms. Maletti, do you wish to chime in? Give your hand raised? No. All right. Does anybody else from the public wish to chime in?
Are we seawater yet, Kristen?
Nope, not yet. Patience.
Okay.
Christian Bauda,
We're
3
just gonna
Swallow.
close this out. What's that?
Hello, Christian Bauda, 3 Swallow Cave Road. I have a comment for the commission.
Sure.
Yesterday, in the Bathing Beach Cove, there was a release of stormwater by Northeastern University. I believe what happened is that the hole in the wall at Bathing Beach was plugged by gravel and rocks during a recent storm event, and that prevented the Phragmites area that is a natural catch basin for stormwater on their property from properly draining water out of their property. Again, I think what this points to is a drainage issue that's quite wide scale at Northeastern. Any introduction of additional impermeable surfaces or semi-permeable surfaces even on the property will aggravate this flooding issue and make it more likely that we'll have uncontrolled release of stormwater. In the situation yesterday, the entire bay turned brown because there was a lot of dirt in the water that was released. So I just wanted the commission to be aware of that. I have photographs of it I'm happy to share with you, but I think it's important to take a very close look on how stormwater flows off the property and what additional problems and concerns might arise from the introduction of new impermeable surfaces in any part of this project. Thank you.
So yes, that So the unfortunate thing about the existing conditions on the site is that the water is directed to that wetland, which then combines with seawater from the intake system and goes out to the cove. That is something that's not allowed today. Under current condition, current laws, if Northeastern was going to create a stormwater system like they're proposing, it's not permitted. They wouldn't be allowed to do that. So this was a situation in which, yes, the pipe was clogged, and so it stopped stormwater from naturally flowing out. Instead, it caused a collection there. We've gotten a lot of rain in the past week or so, and so it did result in some sediment going out to the bay. I agree that that's not an acceptable situation. However, it's a pre-existing condition, and under proposed conditions, ironically, the stormwater will be significantly improved. And Sean, I know I'm speaking for you here a little bit. You can weigh in on this, but that's a situation that wouldn't be allowed anymore. You can't just send water to a wetland and have it go out to the ocean anymore.
Right. I just want to comment that we are aware of that happened after the storm. Thank you, Kristen, for that explanation. And that basin was overflowing onto the roadway. The DPW uses that roadway to access their site, and maintaining the road, passable is important. So it was, the clog was removed. But one thing that is documented in the notice of intent in supporting materials is the project was designed to meet the stormwater management regulations. The Mass DEP established these initially as a policy. They're now part of the regulations. There are 10 standards. The purpose of that then policy, the now regulations, is to manage the quantity of stormwater and the quality of stormwater from development activities. So the project was designed to reduce the rate of runoff from the site compared to existing conditions, and to provide the adequate BMPs to improve the quality of the stormwater to protect receiving water quality. So the system as designed will improve the site conditions compared to existing, because this is an old drainage system design. And as Kristen mentioned, we're going to identify when we get to the next agenda item, that one of the benefits is separating out the seawater discharge from the stormwater and having those be two separate discharges, so that they're not commingled now as they are now.
So that's something that'll be looked at. It's under the stormwater review, and Hardyman, that is their purview, and they're making sure that that NU complies with that, with those requirements.
Can I just direct a question about the square footage and the reason why it was important, and the reason why clarifying whether this is really an expansion matters. Perhaps if we don't have an exact square footage, can you talk about the occupancy? I think everybody can agree that there will be an environmental impact if you have a building that, quadruples in terms of occupancy. That requires more vehicles to come to the site. There's just more traffic, there's more parking lots, and maybe why Northeastern is hedging about whether they'll reduce the parking lots or not is because we haven't been given a clear idea of what the occupancy of this new building will be. If you build, a small general store, I think we can all agree that's different than a Macy's department store. And if you are going to, fill that with, 300 postdocs, that's really very different than having 10 postdocs like you might have now. So I think we need to have real clarity when you come back to the peer reviewers about the square footage and how much that will be expanded. Right now, you said it will be expanded, the footprint, by 11,000 square feet, but you'll have 55,000 square feet of additional space. What do you intend in terms of occupancy? Because that will help us from there to drive exactly how much parking lots you need. And maybe to reduce the amount of footprint of parking lots, you'll have to have a parking garage. I mean, these things just, when there's an expansion, it does impact the environment. That's what we're trying to get at here.
The project here is looking at the protecting the interests of the Wetlands Protection Act, and as they are called in the bylaw instead of interests, the values of the bylaw. And those are things such as storm damage prevention, flood control, the 8 interests of the act, and shellfish, fisheries, drinking water supply, groundwater supply, wildlife habitat. The pertinent parameters when we're looking at the Wetlands Protection Act is the area, as the chair mentioned, the square footage of the footprint and things like that. Occupancy is not a Wetlands Protection Act issue. It's not a Nahant wetland bylaw issue. In terms of the parking lots, the parking lots have been designed to meet zoning, the ZBA standards. So the Zoning Board of Appeals has standards for parking lots, and those have been designed to meet the standards.
Parking lots are in resource areas.
Corners of the parking lots are in the resource areas, primarily of the buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is a bylaw. And there are portions within land subject to coastal storm flowage. In the interest of land subject to coastal storm flowage is primarily storm damage prevention and flood control. And these projects do not change the land surface that will result in a vertical or horizontal extent of.
You come to Nahant after a northeaster and see that parking lot that's planned on the north side, and you tell me that it's not going to affect flooding. Okay.
The central portion of the site is within the 100-year floodplain. And that's why we're here, because it's a wetland resource area, and a portion of the parking lots will be converted to parking lot. But that will not result in a change of the horizontal or vertical extent of the 100-year floodplain.
So the good news on this is, regardless of whether or not these parking lots are in wetland jurisdiction, the fact that any of this project is within wetland jurisdiction gives us review of the stormwater. So regardless of whether or not it's technically in our jurisdiction, doesn't matter, because we get, by virtue of them doing any work, we get to review all the stormwater on the site. And that means that we are able to ensure that there is no increase in stormwater leaving the site, peak flows leaving the site and making things worse. So that's the good news, is this may not technically, some of these areas might not technically fall into our purview, but we still get review of them through the stormwater review.
Right. And through the stormwater review, the project meets the standards for the stormwater regulations.
And Kristen, the MIPA people spend all sorts of time talking about the vulnerability of the site, and sea level rise, overall climate change, and obviously the commission needs to look at that in regard to, for instance, the parking lots. In 20, since my lifetime, I live on the beach, and there's 10 inches in my beach difference in 30 years. And if you look at the science of it, there's going to be a lot of increase in the next 50 years at Canoe Beach. And you people need to take that into account when you look at this application.
I think, I think we're kind of in the infancy sort of review of this. Our peer reviewers haven't finalized their review. We're still in the informational transaction period, and we haven't had a site visit. But unfortunately, the Wetlands Protection Act doesn't take sea level rise into consideration specifically. So it's a concern. I have to, if that's not a concern for Northeastern and their design, then that's shame on them. Well, because it's going to be an issue for them, and it would be short-sighted of them to not consider it in their design.
I know you look at when individuals in Nahant, you talk about all the time, what about storms, people want to put barriers in there, that's what you're talking about. Northeasters, et cetera. So Northeastern shouldn't get a pass on this.
I agree. Does anybody else have any comments on the Coastal Sustainability Institute specifically?
Yes, Brendan Bronick, Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. Initial question is for the commission for the Wetlands Protection Act. Does air quality factor into this?
No.
And this, okay, because I was wondering about idling and emissions and whether or not the topography causing it to concentrate in certain areas.
That's not us, unfortunately,
Okay.
but certainly a concern. Okay, so I think
Seawater?
I don't want to cut this off, but we got to move on. It's late, and we still have more things to review, and we're going to have more opportunities to discuss this. So, from the commission, do I hear a motion to continue this to the next meeting of the commission? Please.
I move to move this discussion to the next meeting.
Thank you, Colleen. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, we got to do a roll call. Colleen? In favor?
In favor of moving this discussion.
Perfect. Mark?
I'm in favor.
Henry?
I'm in favor.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I am also in favor. Okay, so let's move on to the last item, and I suspect.
Kristen.
Yes.
This is Jeff Blake, Town Council. Is there a date certain for that meeting?
Yep, it is May. It's the 3rd Wednesday in May. May, let's see, 19th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So the last item on the agenda is number 7, continued notice of intent, 430 Nahant Road, DEP file number 0470582, replacement of the existing seawater intake lines, pump house and discharge system. So do let's just skip the formalities, right? You submitted comments, peer review
Yes.
needs to look at them.
Yep, we submit comments, peer review needs to look at them. We did prepare a short PowerPoint just to go over a couple of key items that came across through the peer review comments that we thought it would be helpful to present tonight. And if I could be allowed to share my screen, I can
go for it.
Show these. Okay. There we go. Can everybody see that slide? I know if I put it into presentation mode, it's not, you can't see it, but can you see the slide that says?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just wanted to just go through this brief presentation.
That's what they put the epsilon.
Right here. This is the project team. We have folks here today from Niche, from PAR, Epsilon, TAG, and Brierley. As we mentioned, the purpose of this project is to replace the existing intake and discharge system. So replace the seawater system. It's a replacement project, and that's needed to improve the reliability and provide good quality seawater for the ongoing research at the Marine Science Center. We ran through this last time of the existing system with the storage tanks, the pump house, 2 15 horsepower pumps. There are 2 6-inch diameter HDPE pipes. And then the outfall, the discharge then goes through an outfall in the seawall. I'm trying to go through these quickly, given the time that we're at. So we'll just skip through these. These are just some images of the system, some of the land-based system. You can see that Phragmites in the background, the existing pipes that go out into the cove that are held in place by ballast blocks, the discharge through the wall, that will be replaced with discharges several hundred feet offshore. And then that's just a great image of the grate. The need here is the existing pipes are 6-inch diameter. The way that they function is that by drawing in some of the spat, primarily of the blue mussels, it's a nutrient-rich area, and basically the filter feeder. So with the flow coming through the pipe, it's great. You know, it's bringing food to them, and they can sit in there and eat all day. And so they grow, and they foul the pipes. They plug the pipes. By plugging the pipes, it interferes with the flow and interrupts the ability of the center to provide, you know, consistent flows and consistent quality of water. So the summary of the project is to replace the pump house up to the Edwards lab. They'll be outside the 100-year floodplain. Remove the existing pump house, replace the intakes with two 14-inch plastic pipes, high density polyethylene. And, you know, you can think of these as an A line and a B line. We'll go to that in a little bit when we talk about the operation. The replacement intake will be located about 450 feet seaward from the seawall in 20 feet of water. And the new discharges are also 14-inch diameter, and they're going to be relocated over 300 feet from the seawall in just shy of 20 feet of water. So it's a system that will provide improved water quality, improved consistent flows, and remove that discharge onto the beach. With this is just a schematic, or not a schematic, but a highlight of the plans that shows the intakes. And this would be where the outfalls. And with this brief introduction, I would like to hand it over to Rick Delatte from Ag Engineering, who can describe the operation of the system, you know, to show that these 14-inch pipes are a replacement system. It's not an expansion. We've heard some comments about this being an expansion. The purpose here is to provide the good, consistent flow of water, and this design will meet that purpose. So, Rick, I can advance the slides. Just tell me when to move them along.
Yeah, sure, Dwight. Can everyone hear me okay? My name is Rick Gallett. I'm an engineer, and I've been designing seawater systems for 35 years. I've designed most of the seawater systems on the northeastern seacoast over the past 20 years. Recently completed a project for UMaine and did one a few years ago for SMAS, which is the UMass Dartmouth Ring Campus. I know I've spoken to some of you at town meeting. You've heard me talk before about this system and the reason and the purpose behind it. And that I came on board on this project in September of 2016 because they realized within just a couple years of getting the new system installed that they were experiencing a lot of problems. The design initially was to provide them with a flow rate, I believe, of 500 gallons a minute to the facility. And they had this brand new system, and within, I think it was the second year, they were down to about 80 gallons a minute, and they were trying to figure out why. And unfortunately for them and for all of us, the problem was the system was not designed to account for the biofouling that occurs in these pipes. The engineers who designed the project, great company, great civil engineering firm, weren't seawater system designers like we are. And so we're used to, you know, designing capacity to accommodate biofouling. And the problem with biofouling is not only what Dwight was showing was in the image, how it overwhelms the pipe, it creates a lot of friction loss as the water moves over those mussels. It's a very irregular system. You know, I've often heard from some of the comments is, why is this pipe so large? You know, the existing system is 6-inch diameter, and why is yours 14-inch diameter? Well, that's to accommodate for the irregularity and the friction losses with the biofouling as it grows continuously throughout the research season. So Dwight, if you could advance the slides a little bit here.
Yep.
So first of all, I want to tell you a little bit what a 14-inch pipe really is. So the reason it's 14 inches in diameter is because it actually has an inside diameter of 12 inches. So it's labeled as a 14-inch pipe, but it really has an inside diameter of 12 inches, which is where we start with getting our friction losses in a pump. What you have when you first start out is a very clean surface of 12 inches inside diameter. And what happens during the biofouling season is the muscles slowly start closing off that open area inside the pipe. And if it was clean seawater, like you would find in a water reservoir, like for your domestic water supply, which doesn't have biofouling, we'd be able to make this pipe much smaller than it is now. And I think everybody would feel a lot more comfortable about that. But because we have to accommodate for this biofouling, our pipe becomes much larger than people would want it to be. So Dwight, if you could go a slide, please.
Yep.
And skip a slide, please.
Yep.
So this slide kind of depicts, I know the image is small, but if you could squint, what actually happens with our seawater system. We have basically two lines. We call them in the trade the A line and the B line. And the purpose of having two lines is to accommodate a specific amount of biofouling growth during the research season. And what we do by doing that is we're not disrupting the flow to the research tanks. The seawater, flowing seawater is like a cardiac pulmonary system to humans, right? So as long as the water's flowing, you're getting oxygen, you're removing waste material from the system, you're living in a clean environment. But anytime you restrict the flow, and that can even happen like from maintenance, like if you're shutting down the system all the time to clean it or to make emergency repairs, that disrupts that clean flow of seawater. So it's like cutting off, oxygen supply to you, and it's something you don't want to do. It also creates a lot of stress for the research animals and affects the data that these scientists are trying to obtain through their projects. So it's very important when we design a system that we allow a pipe size that accommodates all the biofouling that will grow during a research season without disrupting the flow. So for the Nahant campus and many of the northeastern campuses, the research season is basically about April, when the water starts to hedge up to around 50 degrees, till about October, when it starts going down below 50 degrees once again, because that's when the animals are most active and you can get data from them. So what happens as you see in the top row, that's called seawater intake line A, the pipe starts off relatively clean. And as the months progress, the mussels, which is the primary problem here, start to grow out. And these mussels can individually grow about 2 inches in a growth season, which is extraordinary. And it just is a reflection on how nutrient rich your waters are. And so by growing inwards from the circumference of the inside of the pipe, by the end of the growth season, they've almost completely cut off the flow rate. But yet it's supplying the 600 gallons a minute that they need without disruption. What we do then in the month of October is we shut down the A line, and then we switch over to what's known as the B line. And the B line is clean at that point. And what happens from October to basically March or April, when we switch them back over, is there's not a lot of biological activity going on in the winter. Some plants, some marine algae like kelp love cold water and they grow very rapidly, but biofouling organisms don't. They pretty much go in a hibernation state. So we don't see a lot of biofouling. So what we do is we turn on the B line, and that will provide flow rate through the winter for the research projects. In the meantime, we've cut the flow off to the A line. And what happens in there is when you cut off the flow rate, you cut off the oxygen, you cut off the food supply, and the organisms, the biophilic organisms that grow within the pipe die. And that's a very important aspect of the A and B line. When they die, what happens is they release themselves from the sidewalls of the pipe. And as you can kind of see what I'm depicting in the months of January and February, they're actually falling off the walls of the inside diameter of the pipe. And what happens before you activate the A line again in the spring is you flush those lines, those critters out, and you basically have a very clean pipe again. And what this process of cycling between the A and the B line does is, without the addition of chemicals, which is what a lot of the power plants use to control biofouling in their intake pipes, or any other, extravagant means of control of, disinfecting the lines, we can completely sidestep that. So we're not creating as a big as environmental impact as would a power plant. So it's a very innocuous way of controlling the biofoul growth. And I hope by depicting what the stories in the images here, that you can kind of get an understanding of why these pipes are just so big compared to what the existing pipes are. As Dwight showed you the images before, during a matter of a couple months, the pipes are completely overwhelmed with mussels. They can't get the flow to the research tanks. The experiments are stressed. It's just a terrible situation if you want to do marine sciences at the institution. Want to move forward there, Dwight?
I move forward to the blue.
Yeah, this is just depicting, again, the active and inactive lines. When I filled the pipe with blue background, that's when it's active. And then I cycle over to the B line, and that's when that one becomes active. And then the A line goes inactive. So just another depiction of what we're trying to do there. Here's some examples. I'm sure many of you have walked the campus. It's an open campus. A lot of the research projects are on display in the outdoors. Most of the projects that they do there that I'm familiar with are all working with native species. They're using what we call ambient seawater. That means water that's extracted as is from the ocean, and as quickly as they can, they deposit it or pump it into the tanks. The tanks are usually filled with very few animals per tank, so there's not a lot of waste material being created. There might be only using the 500 or 600 gallons a minute that the campus will be supplied. There may be only 100 pounds of animals actually being held in the research tanks and creating very little waste material. The reason there's so few animals is because they're trying to mimic conditions that are found in the outdoor ambient condition. So, they don't want to create any stress. So they use very low animal densities to get the research data that they're seeking. And Dwight, there's a few more other images here. This one was an active. Here's an experiment where they're working with saltgrass. I think this is called Spartina. Probably studying, nutrient situations and how, this grass is affected by different nutrient loading. So, nitrogen issues are always an issue around wetlands. So science is kind of depicting or predicting what might happen in specific examples of nutrient loading. So, it's not like they're working with exotic species in this project. Ambient seawater, unheated, unchilled, use it, and then it goes back into the ocean, almost in the same condition that it came out. And a lot of the projects I've seen, actually, the water quality actually improves from the water that you draw from the ocean, because there are animals in the system that are consuming the nutrients that are viewed as a pollutant, such as nitrogen, ammonia, nitrite, phosphorus. Those nutrients absorbed by a lot of the creatures that are growing in the research tank or in the pipelines or, throughout the system. So I don't think you're going to see any difference in the water quality from the intake to the outfall.
Right. Great. Thank you, Rick. And, the purpose of having Rick talk about this is when we first met, there was some comments, questions about this being an expansion versus a replacement. We just wanted to have the experts describe to the commission and the public who's present. And the peer reviewers had these questions too. So we just wanted to present that tonight. It's in writing with the submittal, but we just thought we'd take the advantage of tonight. The other topic that came up that was a kind of through the peer reviewers was questions about the horizontal directional drilling. The proposed method for installing the intake pipes and the discharge pipes is to use HDD, horizontal directional drill. I'm going to provide an overview of that. We do have Nick Strader from Brierley Engineering. They're the folks who are working on the design of the for the HDD. I have, as an environmental scientist for over 30 years, I've permitted and worked on HDD projects for nearly 30 years, nearly my whole career, for various activities, with the most recent one being a project in Boston Harbor that had a 3,000-foot long HDD from Conley Terminal in South Boston to the Deer Island Flats. And then from there it went over to the Governor Island Flats. And then from there it went over to Deer Island by another technique. But we had 3,000 of the 10,000-foot crossing was HDD. So here we're talking about HDD of 350, 400 feet long. The standard HDD installation techniques, I'll give some words after this, but the drilling is done from the land side. The drill sets up on the land. The initial operation is to excavate a pit. The drilling rig then drills through a predetermined path. It's generally an arc, but a predetermined path, a small diameter borehole. It's called the pilot hole. And then there are two methods to deal with it when we're in the marine environment. When it's going to break out to the marine environment, one is to have it break out with the pilot bore. And the other option is to have the pilot bore end just before it breaks out. And then what happens after the pilot bore, that's you put a reamer on to increase the size of the diameter. And depending on the size of the pipe, there can be multiple reaming runs, as they're called. And what would happen in this option, the alternative method is each reaming run would end without breaking out, without punching out. And then at the end, when the diameter has been reached, the reamer exits the hole. The final pipe is fabricated to its full length, or it might be in sections that are able to work and then be fused. And the drill rig then pulls the final pipe through and into the entry point. To control the turbidity at the exit point, the contractors will put a gravity cell. It's basically a glorified trench box. People who have driven along the road, you see those boxes inside a trench when contractors are putting utilities in the road. So it's bigger than that, usually more square. Those sit on the bottom. In this condition, with cobbly gravel bottom, there'd probably be sandbags put in just to make a tight seal. And then and that would happen before it punches out, either for the pilot hole in reaming runs for the standard method or for the final punch out and pull back for the alternate method. These are just some words of what I just described about the entry pit, the gravity cell, the the borings and everything. As we've mentioned in the submittal materials, the drilling fluids are primarily bentonite-based material. That's a natural clay material. There are some additives included, but those are all been approved, pre-approved for use in marine environments. And those are helped to deal with cooling and friction for the whole, for the drill through the soil. The fluids are ejected out the front of the drilling head, and then they, through the drilling process, they actually migrate back to the land, and in the land they are used to remove grit and sand so that they're reused. And then everything else is basically these bullets are what I was talking about before. So that's the HDD standard process. The replacement seawater project, basically the project itself is by using HDD, it avoids altering the coastal bank, which here is the seawall, the coastal beach, and the land under ocean. The old-fashioned technique would be to dig a trench, put in the pipes, and then backfill. So this avoids all that alteration of these resource areas. The larger intake pipes, we've described this again in the materials, is this new system. The intake velocity is below the EPA standard for impingement and entrainment. It's well below that standard. So in terms of drawing in sea life, that our mobile, we are meeting the standards, so we're not drawing in sea life. The blue mussels that Rick was talking about, though, that spat is not mobile, so it can be drawn in. The discharge diffuser pipe is much more effective at dispersing the flows than the culvert at the beach. And it also avoids that trench that we see in the beach. And then during construction, there are sedimentation, erosion controls around the whole drilling operation, and as I mentioned, the gravity cell that's also used at the exit point. So, really the kind of the mitigation is the conclusion as well that, this method, number one, it's a replacement. Number two, we've chosen methods that avoid and minimize impacts to the resource areas to the maximum extent. So with that, that's really what we wanted to talk about, what we saw as the two big issues that came out of the reviews. There were obviously other points and topics that the peer reviewers brought up that we've addressed in the response to comments, and we'll be able to discuss in more detail at the next meeting. But we wanted to, provide some more detail on these two topics because they were, we had received comments and questions about those previously. So with that, I'll, unless anyone, I'll just stop sharing for now, and if we need to look at anything else, we can do that. I can always call it back up.
All right, thanks, Dwight. Paul, did you want to weigh in at all, or do you want to wait until you've had a chance to look at things more thoroughly?
If I may, again, Paul McManus from Ecotech on behalf of the commission. I did take one quick pass through this submittal, which Dwight summarized some of which, and I don't necessarily expect an answer to this tonight, but wanted to just pass a couple questions to the applicant's team. There's discussion about a silt boom around the barge and gravity cell, but no specification for that. My question was, I assume that's a floating boom with a weighted curtain, and my question was, to what depth would that be, and how would that be deployed? And then there was also, on our preliminary site visit, there was some discussion about monitoring. I know Rick explained about the reason for the expanded pipe, the biofouling and being able to maintain the flows, and I know that the pump health is an issue with the constricted flows. But will there be some transparent record of the flows in the long term? So again, don't necessarily expect you to answer those questions, but I figured I would toss them out since they came to me on my first pass.
I can just comment about the silt boom with the silt curtain. If one is installed, it would be to the bottom to provide a secondary containment, so to speak. The drilling fluids are more dense than water, so that's why the gravity cell is usually used and sufficient, because it's denser than water, so it pretty much collects within the gravity cell. Silt booms and silt curtains, they are a double-edged sword. The movement of the chains are used to hold them in place on the bottom, and with the tidal currents and with the currents, those can move. So you can get some scarring on the bottom as those move in a marine environment. Those traditionally have those in the past were the traditional means to try to control turbidity around in-water work. The Army Corps of Engineers and DEP have been requiring that less frequently because of the potential for bottom scarring, versus some minor turbidity that can occur. So I think we identified that as a possible BMP should the commission or DP want to see that. It's there as a secondary containment option for turbidity, but like I said, there are some pros and cons to them, and you want to look at those before you would either condition that, or if a contractor proposes to that in their site specific, project specific BMPs, really look at that carefully before it's accepted.
Thank you.
And I'll let Rick comment on the data.
Oh, yeah. Well, Paul, you and I talked about it at the site there. There's no doubt Northeastern will be able to provide some sort of records of the pumping flow rates. I'm sure everybody's interested in that. There's a big pipe. Everybody thinks there's going to be more flow rate than what's put on the documentation, but they're 600 gallon a minute pumps. That's what they're designed for. And the reason I think I try to explain about the oversizing the pipe is really due to biofouling. So it's a 600 gallon a minute system, but there will be absolute transparency on, the data.
Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to mention that is kind of tangentially related is previously you were supposed to remove the old pipes from a previous upgrade, and they never were. So I just want to make sure that that is something that's clearly noted on the plans. And the other thing is there's some outstanding orders of conditions for projects on the site, which I've talked to council about, but I haven't seen any movement on requests to close them out. And that's something that's going to be a requirement before we'll issue new orders of conditions for the site.
Yeah, one thing that is mentioned in the notice of intent is the existing surface pipes. The existing pipes are going to be removed. So those pipes and ballast blocks will be removed from the cove.
Okay, that's something that it should have been done before. It was missed somehow. The commission signed the certificate. I'm not sure how that happened, but
yeah, and that's a great thing about the HDD system is that they'll be out of sight. I mean, that aesthetics, would disappear, which I think is great.
Excuse me, Kristen, just to clarify, so there's the existing pipes that are in service today.
Mhm.
Are there additional older pipes too?
Yes.
And Dwight, is there a commitment to remove those as well?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that wasn't clear to me. Thank you.
Yeah, the old ones are not shown on the plan when they really should be.
Right, which is a concern. So we just want to make sure that they're noted and insured. Somehow, before I got on the commission, they signed their certificate. They were supposed to come out. They didn't. It was an error, and I know Northeastern's aware of it. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on removal as part of this project.
There's still water coming out of one of the old ones, which may or may not be tide going in and out or not, but it's broken and it shows up on the beach. So
yeah. Okay, so are there any other pressing comments that the commission wishes to make about that? We're going to start with the commission about this. I mean, it's getting late and we're all running low on attention span. So we'll certainly have more opportunities to discuss this. I just want to make sure, the commission has a chance, and we'll briefly get to the public too. Does anybody on the commission want to make any other comments tonight?
okay. I don't want to bring up one of my big ones, not tonight, but maybe they can think about it for next time. When I looked at the details of the plan, and particularly the pump house, the pipes come from the water. They do not go into the Marine Science Center. The water goes up to the storage tanks. The outflow water goes out as they're shown on your drawings. The question I have is why can't the 4 pipes pretty much be in the same area as the outflow pipes and the inflow pipes? They go different distances out into the water, so it's not a question of one mixing up with the other. If they all came to the same place as the outflow ones come now, the whole pumping station building would be outside the wetland buffer area, and could also be a lot smaller because when you look at the side, obviously the pumping station doesn't need the building up above it. So it probably is going to be a long answer on that, but maybe I'm kind of alerting you to the question, and hopefully we can address it later, because it seemed like that's a much better alternative. Even the underground digging, you're doing it all in one place instead of two different places, both leaving leaving land and going out.
Yeah, are you talking about like the outfall lines versus the intake lines? Is that what
yes,
you're
yeah.
Yeah, so that has to do with the HDD drilling. And the reason is, they're trying to drill something that's 600 feet out in a straight line without converging or intersecting with a pipe or a hole that's already in the ground. So that's a driller requirement to create some separation so there's not convergence. It's using technology for guidance, but the guidance isn't precision within a centimeter. The guidance is precision within feet. So you don't want to have one pipe hit the other as they're drilling into each other. So that's why there's such great separation there. If it was up to me, they would go out in the same direction, and the outfall would be, inland of the intakes. But with direction and guidance from the directional drill team, that's what we've been told we have to do.
But how far apart do they have to be? I mean, they don't have to be 50 feet apart, do they?
I think they're more than that. I
know, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah, right. And that's just guidance from, available technology right now. Trying to drill a straight line 600 feet out is a monumental task. So we don't want to, have an incident where we have a failure because we drilled into a pipe we just installed.
And we can provide more detail on that too. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions or concerns from the commission at this point? Okay. Anybody from the public wish to weigh in at this point. Alice, you want to jump in?
Yes, hi. So I'm one of the people who's had a big problem with the pipe size since you first told us about it a couple of years ago. And it was first brought to mind because Northeastern had designed a 20-inch pipe system, and then our understanding was because it was going to require more environmental review, withdrew that. And then you substituted a 14-inch pipe system that essentially has the same capability of draw as a 20-pipe system, 20-inch pipe single draw. I think the reason that I'm so concerned about it is two reasons. One is that there might be simultaneous use of the pipes at some point when and if Northeastern found that convenient. And the reason I'm fearful of that is because, in fact, they were not supposed to use pipes simultaneously in their previous design. And then when it became convenient, they decided to run them that way. And also, I understand, and you've said it again tonight, that the whole system is being designed with only a 600-gallon per minute set of pumps. But we all know that you replace the pipes, Northeastern replaces the pumps rather, at different times. And it seems extremely conceivable that they could replace the pumps with a larger draw pump, and therefore then be drawing far more gallons per minute. And that has multiple environmental effects, needless to say. They've also given us some, data from their draws in the past, but it tends to be average flow and over a period of month or over a season or something. And we all know that the environmental impacts could be much different if you have a massive flow during a certain period of time and low flow at other periods of time. You could still be altering the water significantly during the period of highest flow. So I've been very concerned about that the environmental impact be related to the potential greatest use of the pipes, which is essentially 2 14-inch pipes drawing ocean water in simultaneously with much larger pumps. And I appreciated your drawings showing the figures about the biofouling. In the past, you told us that you can anticipate 2 inches of concentric growth during a season in a pipe. And so obviously, if you have a 12-inch interior with 2 inches of concentric growth, you still got an 8-inch pipe. Your 6-inch pipes, from what I understand, were initially designed to draw 550 gallons per minute. So an 8-inch pipe at the end of a season would still be able to manage 600 gallons per minute without a problem. And if that's really the true design of your system, that should be okay. And then you shut it off and you use it so that it can clean itself out and so forth. I thought your drawings actually showed why you can get by with smaller pipes, and I don't understand why you can't put them in, especially since MIPA asked you to look at minimizing the systems whenever you could. You showed us pipe A, and yes, it looks terrible. It goes up from March to October, and then it doesn't have a big intake valve. But the line of pipe B is virtually clean the whole year. You're using it in the winter. There aren't nutrients in the water. I get all that. So why not put in a smaller pipe B? Well, you might want them to be equal. Well, then you can transfer over earlier in the season so that you have a pristine pipe B starting in, say, August. And then you can clean out the pipe A system during that period of time. And as pipe B fills up. So you could get away with putting in 2 10-inch pipes or something along those lines to accomplish what Northeastern states is his goal as 600 gallons per minute. There are ways of getting around it. You had pipe B being virtually pristine throughout the 12 months of the year. So it shows that you're overbuilding, that there's excess capability. And our fears, or my fears in particular, are that at some point, Northeastern will decide that, you know, they would like to increase their flow, increase their experiments, increase whatever else, and it will be accomplished without the appropriate environmental review.
Yeah.
So I would ask that the peer reviewers look at that question very seriously. What is the smallest system that can reasonably obtain or reach the goals that Northeastern states over and over again? Only 600 gallons per minute is all that they're looking for. And they don't want to wear out their pumps, and their pumps are only going to be 600 gallons per minute. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Alice. Yeah, I try to do a good job of explaining the reason for the sizing. It isn't, you know, it isn't, like you said, after the season, that 14-inch goes down to an 8-inch. It's not a smooth 8-inch pipe. That's the problem. There's a lot of friction. There's a lot of pressure drop. That's a problem. The other pipe always is maintained clean. But the reason you have two identical pipes, let's say they get a clog in the line, like the mussels go ballistic one summer, and then you completely lose the flow, you would have to turn on the B line sooner than you would expect.
And
You
I'm
know, it's a
suggesting you turn on the B line sooner.
Yeah, and I get
you
that,
use
right.
smaller pipes and you just turn them on sooner.
Yeah.
Because the danger exists that a massive, that increased use or maximum flow, which can occur with greater sized pumps, will take place should Northeastern decide that in the future. And it was very interesting in the FEIR, because I raised this numerous times to MIPA along the way, and Northeastern very, you know, consistently says, we have no current plans, blah, blah, blah. You know,
Yeah.
of course not. You don't have, you have very consistently said our only plans right now are 600 gallons per minute. But, you know, as soon as these go in, will Northeastern change its plans? Possibly. I have no guarantee. The only guarantee that we will have is based on the size, the size of the pipes being the limiting factor to at least constrain Northeastern from going to an area where it would have required a far, far greater environmental review.
Yeah, I understand your concern. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they want to do it wrong a second time. You know, it was done wrong, whatever that was, 6 or 8 years ago by an engineering outfit who completely missed it. And they've hired us and our expertise, who've done this for many, many institutions, on how to do it right. So I understand the lack of trust factor, but I'm not designing a system to deceive anybody. There's going to be some accountability. There's going to be some transparency. There's going to be a permit, and in the permit is written how much flow rate they can extract from the ocean. You know, those are all things that they're mandated to follow. And it would, I'm assuming, you know, if I'm still alive, if they ever try to change it, that it's going to be fought just like it's being fought now. So I think we only can worry about what's happening now. The system isn't being designed for extra capacity. The system is being designed to work throughout the entire research season without having to maintain it. That's the whole premise behind the design. And I understand what the point you're trying to make, Alice, but you know, as a designer of a life support system, I'm accountable to design something that's reliable for them.
And so are you saying that you could not, it would not be reliable if you had, you know, two 12-inch pipes or two 10-inch pipes or a 12-inch and an 8-inch pipe?
No, I understand what you're asking. And, you know, without going into a lot of engineering and boring people, it all has to do with pump hydraulics, right? The pumps have the ability to draw seawater at a certain vacuum. If you increase the vacuum, the pumps don't operate correctly. They do something called cavitation, which is, if you read through the ONI, I kind of explained that it basically destroys the pumps. We don't want to do that. That's not how a good operating system should behave. So I want to design, I know that my pumps are up above the floodplain elevation. I know I have to draw water at the extreme low tides. I already have what's called the suction head to work with. Once I start getting biofouling growth, I have a friction head that I have to work with. So I'm adding the static head plus the friction head and trying to work within the basic engineering design of a pump. So it's a tricky and slippery slope. And
but you have to make trade-offs along some views. And for me, and I think for the people of Nahant and the people who are concerned about the water and the intake, and how it's affecting the lobster, you know, and other marine life, that for us, it's better to have Northeastern wear out a few pumps a little bit earlier and know that they cannot move things up and increase their capacity in water exchange by having smaller pipes. So I understand you're not Northeastern. You are there, you're hired by them to design a beautiful intake system. I get that completely, and kudos to you. I'm sure you know how to do it well. But here we have a set of other concerns. And what we want to know is what's the smallest pipe and pump system that can help them accomplish their goals, which are supposedly only 600 gallons per minute.
Yeah.
And by having two lines where you showed us pipe B is wide open for 12 months.
And you understand
it does
why,
not need to
Alice?
have to be that big.
Well, you have to understand, because it has to be that big in the event that pipeline A fails during the season.
I got that.
Then
All
you
right.
switch over. Yeah.
So
All right.
I got that.
I guess there's a couple of things here. One, regardless of, you know, what we think is an appropriate pipe size, they need to have redundancy in their system, right? If something happens to pipe A, they need to be able to go to pump B pipe B, regardless of the time of year. But also we have the ability to set a pumping limit for them. So we say it's 600, you know, whatever gallon per minute, and they provide annual data to that effect, and we limit what that is. If they want to come see, if they'd like to have an increased capacity, they can come ask us for that, or they can ask whoever is applicable, who else. But we can set that as part of one of the conditions of our permit. Right. The other thing is, you know, regardless of what it's designed for, that's what they're limited to. So and the other, I'm sorry, the other thing is average pumping accounts for high tide and low tide conditions. So it's what the average is. It have to work harder at low tide than it does at high tide. And that's why they give average pumping conditions. So if we limit that to a certain number, that's what they're restricted to. And so I anticipate if that's what they designed it for and that's what they're asking for, that would be a condition of our permit to ensure that that's what they're doing. And if they want to change that, that they would have to ask us to do that.
Could you,
regardless of design size?
When they
I was going to suggest that a condition setting it at 600 GPM with reporting to the commission so that that condition is met.
Right.
That takes care of the flow rate input. It's
I've worked on seawater intake systems.
Flows. That's going to be peak. But could you?
We can condition it to be average flow. I've worked on seawater systems for UMass, for other private companies. This is not an uncommon thing for it to be conditioned. They over design. That's what they do for the event of, you know, biofouling, for redundancy. That's what they do. So we can cap that, and that can be a condition of their permit.
So the question that I have, Kristen, is in the past when they had one system that they put in, and they said they were going to remove the other system. And then later on, they decided to use both systems simultaneously because they wanted the redundancy. They wanted more flow at a different time. Did they come back to you to ask you if they could get permission to use both pipes?
So they've never used both. The town,
in the past they have.
Not when I've been on the commission. There was a time where they were supposed to take out the old pipes. The town screwed up and they didn't make them do it. That was before I was here. Since they've been here, they've been using one system exclusively. So
Yeah,
if that
there's
happened before me, I don't know. Obviously, the town hasn't been great about their policing of Northeastern historically. But here we are, and that's something that we can condition. So I expect that that's something that the commission would want to do. I mean, we can go back and forth about it. This is what they designed. They can over-design it 3 times if they want, but if we condition it to 600 gallons per minute, then that's what it is until they come and ask for more. And if we choose to allow that, that's great. They're also kind of on the cusp of more permits. You know, if they want to enlarge their system, they're going to get into a place where it's not just us they need a permit from. They're going to need a permit from EPA. They're going to need other permits. So I think they're kind of cusping on what they can do without a major undertaking. My understanding, just having worked on.
Well, I think my concern is that the major undertaking is happening now, and that because they're putting in 2 14-inch pipes, so that they can get permitting and change the pumps, and that's not a big deal. The big deal is putting in the 14-inch pipes. So to understand the damage that can occur from the maximum use of 2 14-inch pipes, I think is really critical.
I guess the difference is the maximum use and the permitted use. And that's really the question here. And we can't predict what they wanted. You know, certainly are they capable of more capacity? Perhaps, but that's not what they're asking for. And when they ask for it, then we have to reevaluate. So I mean, I guess that's something we need to take a look at and that the peer reviewers can chime in on. Anybody else want to comment? It's getting late. I think we'd like to wrap this up if we can.
Yes, Brendan Bronick, Olmsted 2 Summer Street. How is there an estimate of how much material annually would be flushed out of the pipes, given you know the lengths and you assume 2 inches of growth?
Yeah. So if you don't mind explaining what you're into, like how much is going to be discharged through the flushing?
Yeah, and then I guess the follow-up question is like, you know, is there going to be any clogging issues with your diffuser if you're be pushing this material out during the flush?
It goes back out the intakes. It's a backwash cycle.
Okay. Is there been any concern about buildup of material at the flush point, given how the currents can be in the area?
There'll be like some shelves. Is that what you're asking? Like
Yeah, like are you gonna have mounding around the intake point because of this flush material?
You know, what I've seen at the oceanographic, which is a system I maintain over here, you know, there's usually a pile of shells, but, you know, the first storm pushes them all around, distributes them. They become part of the habitat, you know. Everything loves shells. There's new shellfish larvae that are always looking for something to attach themselves to, becomes, you know, part of the benthic habitat.
Okay, and then speaking of storms, like, is there any sort of flushing procedure you would need if like a storm is basically pushing material to cover or bury your intake pipes?
They're in deep water. That's why they're out that far. You know, the wave zone is, you know, probably the first couple 100 feet from shore, maybe 300, but we're out further than that so that we're not in that impact zone.
Okay. The next question, has there been any follow-up look at the use of pipe cleaning robots to try to limit the amount of bioaccumulation during the season?
You know, that question comes up often, and I think the robots are what they call pigs, are better suited for soft growth. And the problem is with hard growth, if that pig jams up in the pipeline, you got to get it out. And when this HDD line goes in, it might be 20 feet below the surface of the bottom. Trying to find it and extract it is like a monumental task that none of us want to see done. So I would say and strongly advise to stay away from pigs. You know, if this was a soft growth community, it would probably be a great opportunity to do that. But as you've seen and as you know, it's a blue mussel community, and it's best to avoid them.
And I'll just comment my experience with other types of pipelines. Pigs are used with hard surface pipes, such as steel pipes, things like this. This is an HDPE. It's a plastic pipe. It's pretty rigid and sturdy, but I don't think you'd want a pig that's a cleaning pig with grinders on it to be running through a plastic pipe.
Yeah, they do make them for plastic pipe, but really they get lodged. And
Yeah.
if they get lodged, you got to have a way of getting them out.
Right.
Well, I don't necessarily know about pigs, but if you're talking about if it runs through early enough in the season, wouldn't it be scraping the stuff before when it's the smallest, when it's attached to flimsiest?
Yeah, I mean, there's a maintenance with a pig, right? You don't try to let it accumulate too much, but it's still working with hard growth and not soft growth. A muscle spat grows extremely fast. They might be, half an inch, in the first month. And then they start competing for food, and then they, kind of regulates the growth. But yeah, so it's I appreciate the thought, but I don't think it's applicable for this particular project.
Okay. For the biofilm accumulation, is it uniform across the entire pipe length, or is it start out concentrated at the inlet and then sort of backward it accumulates?
So it's the fastest growth is at the beginning because that's where the most food is, right? And then it kind of tapers out as it gets probably up towards the pumps, but it's always present. And what you'll see is probably more of a growth size distribution than impact. So like say at the mouth where the intakes are, the muscles might be 2 inches long, whereas by the time you get up to the pumps, that might be 1 inch long. So it's not completely uniform throughout the intake. But I know from talking with the maintenance staff there, they have mussels all throughout the campus there that what happens is the mussels in the pipeline start spawning and they create new spat, and that works its way upstream. So it's a systemic problem, and dealing with it with the A and B line is the most sensible way to address it.
Okay. I guess my last question, I was wondering if there's been sort of an analysis about the impact of the accumulation of the biofilm on the ability to provide the level of food quantity in the water for the research. If you're talking about by September, October, that the pipe is pretty much maxed out in biofouling, how much is that degrading the available food that's ending up to the research project? So are they going to end up with a quantity lower than their research specimens need?
Yeah. So if they're doing shellfish research in the institution, they might probably have to supplement that with their own microalgae source. I didn't see that in the 10 or so times that I've been on campus, that kind of research, but I'm sure they have that option. Yeah, it's a problem for critters that consume phytoplankton for projects, so it definitely has to be supplemented. A lot of the projects I've seen when I've been up there have been larger animals that are fed a food, whether it's a frozen fish or squid or factory pellet. So it depends on the particular research project and what the animals are consuming. But it is a concern for some people who are, studying shellfish and other phytoplankton feeders for sure.
Well, is it something where every September, October, because of the annual growth cycle that the university is going to have to switch to these supplements, or because I guess my concern is, are they going to be getting consistently enough food so they can complete their research cycle?
Well, they would definitely have a supplemental food program if that's the critical or limiting factor of their research. If you've ever seen them, they have those cow well tubes where they put a light source on it and they grow their own algae and meter it into the tanks. If there are, if that's critical to the research project. So there's ways of getting around it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. although I'm sure there are more questions, I think we should call it a night. So we can revisit this at the next meeting. Do I hear a motion from someone on the commission to continue this to the next meeting, which is May, whatever we said it was, May 19th?
Tom makes the motion.
Thank you, Tom. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, Tom, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Mark?
I vote yes.
Colleen? Yes. Okay, Henry?
Yes.
I am also a yes. Okay, so we will continue this until the next meeting in May. In the interim, we will post the supplementary responses on the town website, so everybody can take a look at that information, and the commission will schedule a site visit with Northeastern and the peer reviewers, and if Northeastern chooses to make that available to the public, we will post that on the town website as well.
Kristen, Paul McManus, quick question. Just wondering, what do you expect in terms of the site visit? Is that the days are getting longer? Are you going to try and do that at the end of the day or on a Saturday, or just generally, how do you think that will play out?
Some people are retired and have more flexibility than others. We're about half and half. So I'm not 100% sure. Either it would probably be either later in the day, afternoon, evening, or early on a Saturday, if I had to guess.
Okay, that's fine.
I know it's not great for you, but better for
no, that's
commuting
fine.
here.
I mean, I'll do whatever. I'm just wondering generally what to expect to the extent that you could answer. I understand the issue. It comes with the territory.
Yeah. I'll pull the commission after the probably tomorrow, and we'll try to assess. We'll come up with a couple different options that maybe will work for you guys, and we'll figure something out.
Great.
Okay. Is there a motion to close the hearing?
I so move.
Thank you, Henry. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, we got to get a vote. Henry, how do you vote?
Yes, please close.
Mark?
Yes, please.
Colleen?
I favor closing.
Tom?
Yes.
Okay, I am also a yes. Okay, so we will reconvene in May, and in the interim, we'll provide any information to the public, and we'll see you guys then. Thank you, everyone, for participating.